Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Apologies for starting a few minutes late, but our caucus meeting ran late and just transitioning to this meeting, so appreciate everybody's patience. If I can invite everyone to stand for the singing of O Canada, and then if I can just ask everyone for a moment of silence. One of our staff members passed away, Mark Dahmer. His funeral was today, and so we'll just have a moment of silence at the end of that. Thank you very much. It's been moved by Councillor Chapman that the minutes of the regular meeting held May 27th and the special meetings held May 27th, June 10th, and 17th, 2019 as mailed to the mayor and councillors be accepted. All in favor? That's carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Okay, there being none. There are two items listed under communications referred to file, and it will be referred. All in favor? To delegations. I will deal with one item that I think is a very quick one, that there's a delegation here, or there's someone here to answer any questions if there are any, and it's with respect to number 4 on planning and strategic initiatives with respect to Strawberry Park. Councillor Marsh, can you please bring that in?
Sorry, which?
Number 4 on planning and strategic initiatives.
Sure. So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the zone change application at 142 Rosemount Drive, Strawberry Park, be adopted.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Sorry, Councillor David. Number 4, Strawberry Park. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Davey.
Sorry, I guess I'll ask staff first. So there was an amendment forwarded, but I didn't actually see it printed. It was written by Ms. Rodriguez. Is that implied in the motion, or should I be putting it forward now? It was with respect to the park. The applicant was to grade the property and... Can
you move a little closer to the...
Oh, pardon me. The applicant was to grade the property and install the... sod the property, grade sod, and install the playground equipment as part of the site plan. I can bring it up here on my phone if that helps. Apologies. I didn't realize we'd be dealing with that right off the hop.
I have it here if that's... Should we just say that it was approved already, so why don't we just say should be adopted as amended? at council, at committee?
Certainly. I can read out the actual amendment if that helps, or if you want to put it on the screen. Okay.
Is it on here?
It's not printed in the. That as a condition of site plan approval, the owner be directed to submit a park design to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Cemeteries, and that as a condition of the site plan approval, the owner be directed to grade topsoil and sod the park at their expense, and that the owner be required, as per the site plan condition, to install any park amenities outlined in the park design to the satisfaction of the Director of Parks and Cemeteries, and further that the park amenities be outlined in the park design be at the City of Kitchener's expense.
Councillor Davies, is that coming from staff? Or?
That's coming from staff. Well, sorry, it's my amendment that I've raised, but staff had helped me craft it. That's why it's here.
Okay.
Okay, so we need to vote on that amendment now then?
Please.
All right.
Everyone clear on it? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the original motion as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, thank you. So we'll now move into the other, so whoever was here for Strawberry Park, that's now been dealt with. I'm not sure who that person was. So, okay, he's up at the top. Great. So we'll now move on to delegations, and I want to remind delegations that you have 5 minutes to make your presentation, and we will begin with item A, which is DSD 19-133 with respect to Hidden Valley, and Mr. Nichols, Gordon Nichols.
Could I ask for the screen, please? Thank you. Many of my remarks will pertain to what's in Appendix A. I want to compliment the planners on coming forward with many excellent recommendations, but I want to make some suggestions as to either additions or supplements to them. I'll make 4 points tonight, and they're on the slide up there. The first is, I think there needs to be a study in conjunction with health professionals in order to determine what's going on with respect to CO2 absorption and how that impacts on our citizens. In addition to that, there's potentially a mental health problem. We need to have a place where citizens can go to reduce stress. It's well known that forests fit that bill very well. The second point I'd like to make is that the proposed environmental impact study that is mentioned should include salamander migration. I'll come into more detail on that in a minute. The third point is, I think we need to be aware that water management is very important. It's been mentioned as being part of the study. I think, though, that the assessment must be sure to include what's going on with the flow of toxic substances as it goes through Hidden Valley. The final point is, as I mentioned in the meeting last week, I think we need to expand the scope of any future studies to be sure that we're not looking at just a microscopic view of Hidden Valley only. There's a macro view that's terribly important that it pertains to the whole city. So going back to point one, here we are in Waterloo Region. This is from a few years ago, but 40% of your emissions are coming from traffic. And that's really important. I think research shows that there's poor air quality from traffic, and therefore we need to be aware of what impact that's having. Next slide I got up here is, we know that, according to Dr. Tim Fahey from Cornell University, 120 acres of 50-year-old forest will absorb 3,000 tons of carbon dioxide in a year. It'll also emit 1,320 tons of oxygen in a year. And you may say, well, so what? Well, I say, not only is that good, but suppose we could add another 36 acres of open space and turn it into forest. And there's a picture of some open space in Hidden Valley. We could then manage to have another sequestration of 900 tons of CO2, and we also could emit another 396 tons of oxygen. And you might still say, well, so what? Well, here's a number for you that I'd like you to absorb, that at the 3,900 ton figure, that would be the equivalent of taking off the road 1,592 cars for a whole year. A whole year. Going to my next slide. I'm sorry to rush, but the time is going on. So where are we going to get that land? Well, there is the dark green space that you know about, and then there's the white spaces. Those white spaces right now are partly in an agricultural zoned area, number 2B. 2A is not zoned that way, but there's a 50-year-old forest on it already. Are we going to let that go because an old zoning said it was okay to let it go? Well, I would say we really need to look at that very, very carefully. The air environmental impact study. Well, there's the little creature that we are aware of, and it's called the Jefferson salamander. And we need to be aware that the yellow finger that goes from the main part up towards the top right-hand corner, that's a migration area. And beside that is that red trapezoid. And those two areas, which are right now on agricultural land, they would make an excellent forest addition. Just in case we're not aware of the fact that there was a major study done, LGL did a study for the region about 8 years ago, and on the map that's up there right now, in the yellow is the central area where the salamanders breed, and then they go out in migration. The red zone is the 300-meter zone. They do go out and migrate as far as 1,000 meters, but the region has sort of felt that 300 meters is the reasonable stop point. Please notice that includes most of Hidden Valley. Point 3. Sorry to be moving on, but I got to move this quickly. The water supply. Well, we do have a big wetland in there, and we have to be concerned about the fact that 22% of the region's water supply is drawn from the Grand River, just below where the outflow comes from Hidden Valley. And therefore, it's very important that whatever study you do, you've got to be sure there are no toxic substances that are going to be going through there if there's development on the west side. Point 4. Now, we know that up in the city, development is taking place at a rapid rate, and I'm not going to list all the places that are going on. You know them as well as I do. The point I tried to make with you last week was, and I'll try to make it again, if we look at just Hidden Valley in the small area that's involved, and we don't pay any attention to the growing concentration of people down the center core, we are not taking into account the fact that those people are going to need a forest area at a large park. And that large park should have facilities like walking trails, places for kids to play, hopefully fields for adults to play on and children as well. And by that I mean soccer-sized fields. There's no place down the center core to be building that sort of thing, but there is here in Hidden Valley if you're prepared to place the land under city ownership. Now that requires a major decision on your part. Let me conclude, because I see my time is down to 0. Over 125 years ago, the City of Toronto set a wonderful example. John Howard contributed 175 acres. The city at that time, which had about a population of 71,000, came up with the money to buy another 175 acres in 1876, and then 15 years later they came up with more money and added 50 more acres to create a park called High Park. If you're familiar with Toronto, you will know it's the jewel in their crown. And they had a council that had a vision that said, as the city grows, we must provide the citizens with a major green space. And they did it. And I sincerely hope, that you will think about that very carefully and realize this is going to cost money, and it's going to cost a major decision on your part to do it. And I think we may have a few people here tonight who may be interested in that sort of thing, because as you notice, there seems to be not too many vacant spaces. Thank you very much.
Folks, there's no clapping in the council. Thank you. Councilor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have some questions of the delegate and also some questions of staff relating to some of the points that were made.
Yep, so if you want to go with the delegate questions,
Yeah,
because there is another delegation as well.
Okay. First, Gord, thank you for coming in and taking the time again. I know you were here a couple of weeks ago, and I am impressed. You stated that you would come back on on Monday night and bring some friends, some people that were like-minded, and I'm impressed by the group that you brought tonight. On a serious note, I would like to ask you, you're very familiar with the area, I know that you would like to see as much, if not all of that Hidden Valley area in green. I'd like to ask you, though, what is the least amount of green that you would be satisfied? Because the city does not own, the city owns very little. Very little of that land is in public ownership. So what would at least the least satisfy you?
I've got a map up there right now. My calculations on it are that, first of all, the green area that is down along the river, which has been included in the 44% calculation that has been given to you, that land is partly owned by citizens who have very large houses down there, and then their backyards go across the floodplain right to the river. Some of it is owned by the city. It has not been in my thinking at all, and if we take that out, then what's left up on the top part is the big green area, and then the areas that are labeled with letters, as you can see on the slide up there. And just pardon me, I got to put my glasses on. So that would include areas HG, white area 2B, area C, white areas 2A, and area D. Now, the total area up there of all those areas is about 240 to 245 acres. About 200 of it is owned by one landowner who is a developer and real estate person, and I'm sure you know who that is. And then there are some other smaller pieces varying in size from a couple of acres up to about 10 to 12 acres. The big green part, that is the environmentally sensitive area, probably is about 120. And then the white area on the top right side, which is area 2B, and that's probably about 20 to 22 acres. And so now we're up to 140. And then over where area G is, there's about a 10-acre property in there that's not owned by the developer. It's a private family, and there's quite a bit of trees on that property already, and it's been designated in this presentation as being something that should be turned into high-rises. Well, I think that that should be included in what we would try to get. And then over on the far right-hand side, there's an area C, where right now, it was a farm going back to Mennonite days. It's now down to about 15 acres. There's a barn on the property, which is an historic barn. And at some point, that will probably come available for sale. And if you add all that in, we're now at about 160 to 165 acres, give or take an acre or two. I guess that, to me, Mr. Gazzola, would be the absolute minimum that I think you should be looking at. If you can expand the horizon to include the agricultural area that's labeled blue and has been for, I guess, 4 decades now, zoned as something that could be turned into light industrial, and it's certainly not being recommended for that in the new plan. That's the area where, when I talked about trying to have a place where there should be places for children to play and soccer fields and all the rest of it, and the reason I picked that area is it's within walking distance of the new LRT stop at Fairway Mall, and also where there happens to be a concentration of high-rise buildings, and there are going to be more as they redevelop on the mall. That would be the one part that would be the most expensive probably to purchase, and it would be the toughest decision you would have to make as a council. But in your position as representatives of all of us, you've not only got to look at this from the point of view of the business community, you've got to look at it from the point of view of the citizens and the citizens of the future who aren't even here yet because they haven't moved into all those big buildings.
May I ask another question?
Did you have a whole bunch more, or just?
No, I'm just, most of my time has been used. I want one simple little question,
Okay,
or
go ahead.
difficult. Gord, you've come up with a lot of area there, and there's no question that you'd like to see as much of it as you can in public ownership. A question I have to ask you is that, do you have ideas as to where the funding would come, or could come from, to bring this under public ownership?
Well, that's a very good question, Councillor, and it's obviously one that not only you as the councillors have to be aware of, but we as the taxpayers have to be aware of. I would suggest that we think back some 8 or 9 years when a councillor was brought from Portland, Oregon, to talk to the City of Kitchener, the City of Waterloo, and the region on the question of how was Portland, Oregon expanding its park system. And it was doing a fantastic job. It was apparently out front in almost every other city in the United States. And Councillor Burkholder's approach was as follows. The first time that they did it, they had a referendum, and they asked the citizens if they could go and have a bond that they would put on the market for, I believe the amount was $10 million. They indicated what they wanted to buy. The citizens passed the referendum. They promised that that would be paid back within a specific period of time. And if my memory serves me correctly, that one was for 5 years. After 5 years, they had a beautiful green space they presented to the citizen, and they had it actually after the first year. The citizens then had time to use it. 5 years later, they came back with a second referendum, this time for $100 million. And the payback period was 10 years. And they promised that they would raise the money through a small increase in the taxes over that 10-year period and pay it back. And when he was here to talk with us, they were almost at the end of that 10-year period, and they had expanded their park system incredibly. And they had the support of the citizens. So if it can be done in Portland, Oregon, I would suggest it probably could be done here. And in the case of this particular purchase, if it was, say, a 10-year bond, and you laid it out that it had to be paid in equal amounts off the principal every year for 10 years, plus the interest, it would be very doable. It would be a small addition to the tax base for every taxpayer. That's not a decision that I can make. All I can do is offer you a suggestion as to how it was done in another city in North America, and it was done extremely successfully. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Nichols, for your efforts in bringing forward this presentation and very succinct points. And I don't have any questions for you. I do have questions for staff.
Okay, we'll be coming back to staff after the next delegation. Councillor Gazzola, do you have more questions for Mr. Nichols or for staff? Okay, I'll come back to you after the next delegations. Those are all the questions we have for you, Mr. Nichols.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate very much the chance to once again address you.
And we appreciate you coming in. Our next delegation is Yvonne Fernandez. Welcome, Yvonne.
Good evening, Council. It feels a little odd to stand on the other side here, but I've done that before and I'm comfortable doing it again. You know, upon reviewing the Hidden Valley Master Plan, I was really pleased to see the number of studies that were listed there and decisions that will be made before any development happens. I was also pleased to see that at Planning Committee there was unanimous support for the Hidden Valley Master Plan. But as a long-standing member of the Friends of Hidden Valley, I can tell you that this has been a journey, a really long journey, for especially Gord and Daphne. May she rest in peace. We know this area well, they know this area well, although no longer are able to walk through. The amount of knowledge that they have acquired is staggering. We hear often about areas in our city that are called jewels and gems, and it's true about Hidden Valley, but so much more. Gord Nichols makes very important and valid points about the need for green space for future generations, as well as his opinions about Hidden Valley and their significance in contributing to the positive air quality as it offsets vehicular emissions. As one of the authors and members of the Kitchener Hidden Valley, as well as the Kitchener Environmental Committee, when we were presenting the air quality report in 2006, we stressed then that we must look ways to improve our air quality municipality. Hidden Valley presents us with that perfect opportunity. We must never forget that a quarter of our drinking water is drawn from Grand River, which is downstream from Hidden Valley. Therefore, any runoff that occurs from development in and around Hidden Valley will eventually end up in the Grand River. And I know that Gord was making that point when he was talking about the wetlands. As a former councillor, and those of you who've sat around this council for a few terms, you know well that we must approve reports brought to us about safe and clean drinking water. Every year, the numbers are higher around chlorides, minerals, contaminants that are found in our creeks and streams, which end up in our water table. Chlorides cannot be removed from our drinking water, and the more impervious cover we have, like driveways, rooftops, parking lots, the more risk we have for those contaminants to be found in our drinking water. So protecting the majority of Hidden Valley, especially the areas that Gord pointed out, the white ones, for further study is critical to safeguarding our clean drinking water. I've heard time and time again as a councillor that landowners feel that they have the right to develop land that they've purchased, no matter when they purchased it. But as we become more educated about protecting our ecologically sensitive areas, should we really give carte blanche to development, especially when it risks damaging forever areas like Hidden Valley? Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thanks for coming in this evening, Council. Old habits.
Yes, I want to thank you. Welcome back first. I want to thank you for coming in and making the presentation. Now, you've sat on both sides of the horseshoe now, so you have experience, and you know. I know over the years you learned a great deal about what things cost and what's involved. In your opinion, you've seen both sides. Do you feel it is feasible? Is something feasible that can be met by the people in this community to save portions of Hidden Valley?
You know, the cost has been something that has been discussed for many, many years. And you know, when Mr. Benninger stood here in front of you as a committee a couple of weeks ago, when he admitted that, you know, he was the real estate broker for another person. And then he took the opportunity to purchase this entire piece of property for $2 million in 2004. And I thought to myself, you know what a shame we missed that opportunity. But moving forward, we know so much more. We're more educated on what those ecosystems need. And so can we ask Mr. Benninger, can we suggest that maybe some of that land be a part of his legacy? We've seen that at the Huron Natural Area. We've seen that at the Homer Watson Park. So maybe that's what we have to do. But I think there are many ways that we can go about preserving Hidden Valley. There are also parts that are slated for light industrial. Can we change some of that zoning? We haven't completed our Crosby zoning bylaw yet, and maybe that's other areas that we need to look at to preserve and reduce the impact that water runoff and water quality will change with development that's going to happen along the fringes and the edges of Hidden Valley. Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have for you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in this evening. Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, just a quick question. I've had lots of opportunities to ask staff, but I just want to clarify that Mr. Nichols in his presentation listed a number of studies that he feels that it is important to carry out. Can staff just clarify I know that there, in your report, there were a couple of pages of studies that you're telling us that need to be completed. So in doing those studies, will you be covering those requests that Mr. Nicol has made in his appearance?
Through the mayor, just want to reiterate from where planning staff are coming from overall on this, that environmental conservation and moving towards more sustainable living and development is definitely one of our top priorities. You'll see that from the studies that are listed, the work that's been done in the past and what's in there. I had the opportunity to talk to both of the delegations ahead of right now, and there are a number of the aspects of what was listed that would be included or could be included in the work that was going to be happening anyway. If it helps to reiterate or provide additional clarity and transparency, I do have a few suggestions should council wish to add a few statements to the document to make sure that that's clear. I could go through them one by one if you want to take the time right now.
Can we have staff do that just to satisfy what we have? Are we looking at a lengthy list, or?
It can be very quick. I could maybe ask through the mayor if the clerk could bring up Mr. Nicol's slide that had the further study requests. That might help us. So with respect to number 1, it's part of our new official plan that we would be doing health impact assessments when you have areas of major development. We've actually done it in our LRT stationary plans. And so as part of doing a secondary plan process, it kind of goes without saying that we would be doing the health impact assessment anyway. We could include the direction of what's indicated. I think we already know from our work on the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy the answer, that it's going to be a positive effect. But we could reiterate that within the health impact assessment. So if we wanted to reiterate that, we could on page 10 of the document. If council wanted to further reaffirm that, we could add health impact assessment into the list of the studies that were more specific to this area. On page 10 under secondary plan and supporting studies, bullet number 2. Regarding the second point, we can confirm that the environmental impact study that is listed here on this page of the work that we would be doing, it does include recognition of what's identified in the delegations number 2. It does include where the regulated habitat area is. So what's included on that slide is talking about species at risk movements and movement studies. We're not necessarily going to be doing a movement study, but we do have the provincially regulated habitat, and it will be considered as part of the EIS. I don't think we need to do any other amendments because in the document that we have in the master plan, it does talk about habitat. Number 3, that also goes without saying. So within our region and our city, source water protection is how I would classify this topic. Has been a key piece for, that's where our drinking water comes from, groundwater, and a little bit from surface water. This area is in a surface water intake zone 2. The plan that's going to come before council when these studies are done has to conform to the region and city's policies about source water protection and wellhead protection, which talks about uses. What's before you today, this plan would replace existing industrial, which would have a higher risk, I would say, in terms of the potential for flow of toxic substances versus the land use that we're recommending. However, if we need to reiterate it, also on page 10 of the document, under secondary plan and supporting studies, in the second sub-bullet of the first bullet, where we're talking about objectives for natural environment and water management, parks and transportation, in parentheses, we could add source water protection. It goes without saying we were going to do that anyway, but if that helps make it clear that that's what we would be doing and that is part of the water management direction. With respect to number 4, it would be my position that parks are critical to increase density and intensification. However, we don't necessarily need to increase the scope of this Hidden Valley study. The work in the LRT areas, we already have everywhere except for Fairway and Block Line. We have approved studies that identify the need for new parks. We know how many parks, we know generally where. Really what's missing is an acquisition strategy. We just need to go and do it. The other piece about parks is it really should be best located where people can walk to it and where the density is. We don't necessarily need to have no parks in the LRT area and only just one large park here. We need to have numerous parks where people are. That still means that in this area, if there is to be any development, it needs to provide parks as well, and that's the direction in the plan. So it would be my submission that we wouldn't necessarily expand the scope of the study for number 4.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola, I think your time's run out, so let's come back for a second round because I have several other people in the queue. Okay. Councillor Singh's not right. Councillor Marsh.
Yes, Brandon, what I heard from your earlier comments just now, it sounds like staff is already committed to maximizing opportunities to preserving natural heritage conservation areas going forward in the next phases of this planning. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, just to reaffirm and confirm, all of the significant environmental features within the broader Hidden Valley community are to be conserved. And they're all shown in the green area on the plan, and that is bigger than what existed in the past. So the city is taking additional steps to identify, zone, an area of conservation that includes all of the environmental features, and it's more than what has occurred in the past.
Okay. And Councillor Gazzola asked the same question I was going to ask, but just to be crystal clear, the 2 items that you identified, you would need council direction to add those, that staff include health impact studies and source water protection studies in the appropriate places?
Through the mayor, staff do not necessarily need that direction from council because we are doing that anyway. However, if it helps to reaffirm and be clear, and so it is transparent to everybody, and you've had the delegations tonight, and so it's clear for whomever is picking this up and working on it, if that's an issue, that's why I made those suggestions. So it can be extra clear.
Okay. Do you see a way forward? Just an additional one more question. Right now, we've got the natural heritage conservation area and open space areas at approximately 44% of the overall coverage, correct? I want to know, can we get that more than 50%? Can you foresee a way forward in your planning stages to make the study area more than 50% conservation or open space?
Through the mayor, given the existing context of the area, the existing development permissions, the overall process that we go through, to be honest, there's only one scenario where I see that happening, and that deals with the ownership topic. And I think that's a slightly different scope than the master plan that's before you today anyway, and may or may not be the best forum about talking about acquisition discussion or strategy right now.
So it's been said before, but it sounds like what you're saying is that no matter what we approve tonight, this is not the end of the discussion. We're going forward. We're going to see additional ways to conserve going forward after tonight.
Through the mayor, I can confirm that staff will continue to have discussions with the landowner about the future of the property.
Okay, Councillor Singh, you're back now, so you're next.
I'm sorry, yes, very quickly. So in case someone else had asked this question, I'm glad that staff have gone through, that was my concern as well, that the white areas will not have that extensive level of review. That is a concern of former council member Fernandez and Mr. Gordon. It seems like that will be a comprehensive review. Apart from that, will staff take an opportunity to negotiate or discuss with the landowner of those white areas to see if there would be an ability for them to, as an endowment, give some land back to the city that could be kept under a naturalized area or turn into recreational space? Apart from the typical subdivision plan that's required of a developer.
Through the mayor, yes.
Excellent.
Okay, next is Councillor Michaud, please.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Yvonne Fernandez and Gordon Nichols for coming and do the presentation. This is as I said in the last meeting when we talked about Hidden Valley, this really is the last gem in our city, and I think that it behooves everyone to do as much as we can to protect as much as we can. And as Sarah Marsh said, this is not the last conversation we're having. So that said, there is a concern I have with the high-rise residential area, and I'd like to put forth an amendment that the Hidden Valley Land Use Master Plan not include high-rise residential zoning as a permitted use.
Okay, so I'll come back to that later when we get to the motion. Councillor Davey.
I just have comments on the amendment.
There's comments. Councillor Singh? Questions?
Yes, question and comment later, but a question to Councillor Michaud. So you were looking to prohibit high-rise, but you recognize that that area is still planned for mid-rise development as well. And
Hold on, Councillor Michaud, if you can click in, please.
Yes.
And the mid-rise can go upwards to 8 stories, and you're comfortable with that approach?
2 stories are a lot different than a high-rise, I feel. I mean, we've already got some very large houses out in Hidden Valley, and I just think that just to keep in line with the way the whole area should look, I think once you open that door to high-rises, you could risk having a lot of high-rise residential in that area, and I'm not sure that that's a good
Mr. Mayor, can I get clarification from staff on?
Yep,
the,
go
thank
ahead.
you. So again, so it was my understanding that a small part is being proposed for high-rise, but there is still areas for mid-rise as well, correct?
Through the mayor, that's correct. Most of the area along the proposed, or that's kind of proposed as an urban corridor along the River Road extension would be mid-rise in terms of
and the mid-rise would
use.
not be 2-story?
That would be a maximum of 8.
Maximum 8 stories. So even if we were to prohibit a high-rise, they would still could be potentially a height of buildings of 8 stories.
Through the mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazor, do you have more questions? No, I don't. Okay, if you don't have questions, I'll come back to you then. I'll come back for comments in a minute. So just one question with respect to the amendment. What's the impact of undertaking this amendment now versus as part of your ongoing negotiations and discussions and trying to perhaps get some more land that we see preserved as parkland? Does it help you or hurt you to have it there or not there, I guess, from a staff negotiation perspective?
I guess to the mayor, the response to this is, one, it would be helpful to know what the concerns might be. Is it purely the added height above 8 stories, and if so, to what level? Or is it the added density that might be allowed with the high-rise and what implications that might have on traffic or servicing, or is it the extent of how large it is? So it'd be helpful to have a little context of where that's coming from. It could have some implications. It's a little challenging to get into what some of those implications are now. It may be helpful because we are at a master plan stage, and the next stage is to do the detailed work through the secondary plan and the zoning, if another option might be at least to explore two options. So one is the one that is here in the plan today, and maybe one is without high-rise shown there, but instead, if you could let me know what land use would be shown instead of red, that would help. And we could still keep the door open for both. That might help with your initial request about negotiations.
Well, and I guess that's where I'm going, because I mean, I see these negotiations being on a number of levels. I mean, one being how do we potentially preserve the maximum amount of green space and forest and so on that we want to see preserved, but also looking at, quite frankly, how do we perhaps influence, direct, require certain standards in this treasured part of the city that may look at things like net zero development and other things where it happens, so that in fact it doesn't have as negative of an implication.
I would agree.
Okay. Councillor Singh, you have another question or comments? Councillor Davey, your comments? Okay, so with that, those are all the questions. Councillor March, if you can bring the recommendation forward.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the Hidden Valley Land Use Master Plan be adopted.
Okay, thank you. And then I will take a mover and seconder on the amendment. Councillor Michaud, if you want to click in. Okay, go ahead.
It's been...
Okay, so you're moving it?
Yes.
And who's,
yes, sorry,
is there a seconder? Councillor Marsh?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open the floor then to comments. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to start off the discussion. I want to emphasize, and I have on several occasions, that what we have before us today is a concept. It's a concept that our professional planners have, and they're presenting it to us. It does cover an idea of where we would like to go, but it's not our secondary plan. Our secondary plan is going to take several years to work upon it. We have to do all of these studies. So I was hopeful that we could carry on with the approval that we did last week without, quite frankly, getting into amendments at this stage of the game. I think we need to have staff do all of their studies that are required, and as we go along and as they're bringing things back to us, at that point we can start to make amendments. I did want to ask staff to just clarify and show that they are meeting the questions that was brought forward by the delegate, Mr. Nichols, and their answer, and I'm fully trustful of them, is that they intended to look at those issues, but if it gives us any satisfaction, to add a couple of words like health impact and source water protection. And I think we can add that to the motion without having an amendment. Because I was confident that they were going to look at that, but they're just saying even throw in those words that'll cover it even more. So I'm hopeful that we remember where we're at. We need to approve the concept and the concept that's been put forward by staff, and in improving that, we're approving 2.5 pages of studies that need to go forward, and in the fullness of time, when those studies are completed, we'll be able to have some answers on where we go in the final analysis. Just a couple of quick points to. I do want to thank staff to this point because there's been a lot of public engagement already. There have been 2 public meetings where they have made presentations and have given people the ability to ask questions, and they've answered them. They've also had their offices open, even working out of the Koth Center to give people that are right in that neighborhood an opportunity to drop in to see them and have questions clarified. On the other side, I want to, the owner of the property has been very cooperative, has worked, I think, very closely with staff on another issue where the owner, we're having problems right now with people setting up camp and whatnot, and the owner has gone to a lot of work and a lot of expense in working with our city staff and property standards on the whole issue. And the whole question of talking to the owner, I can assure you that the ward councillor has met several times and has plans to meet many other times with the owners of the properties to try to come out with some things that work out well for everyone. We can't have one side or the other can't have everything. There's no, we have to balance things along. And personally, I've made it very clear to the owner. I want the more green I see, the happier I am. So, but I think those discussions are going on. It's up to this council. The only question really before us, when I wanted to clarify this, when staff, do we start to do those studies now, or do we set this back on the shelf and start them later on? Because sooner or later, we're going to have to approve a secondary plan, and at that point, we're going to have to start doing the studies. So what we're doing here is basically giving staff the green light to do the studies, and when they do those studies, then we can get a better understanding and a better feeling for what works, what doesn't work, what might be involved, what's required. So I'm hopeful that we'll give them the green light to go ahead and now start doing your work. And when it does come, I would like to, I think it's an important issue for our community, and I would like to have a recorded vote.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Excuse me. Just want to be clear because I have a list of 6 speakers. When we speak of Mr. Sloan's revised recommendation, it includes those 2 references that we dealt with earlier. So the health impact assessment and the source water assessment, that's part of the main motion that's on the floor now. And then the amendment is the one from Councillor Michaud, just so that people are aware of that as they make their comments. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I am very happy where we are at the beginning of this planning process. As I said previously, when I first saw that 45% number in terms of the amount of protected land, I thought that was fantastic. And a rough estimate is I think it's around 4 to 5 times the size of Victoria Park that we're going to be protecting for environmental reasons. I will not understand the intent, but I won't be supporting the amendment. This has been a core principle of mine in that, actually going back to the environmental issue, once you accept the fact that more people are going to be moving to the city and need places to live, the options are either we go up or we go out. So the price to pay for protecting the countryside line is that we have to build more towers for people to live in a more compact way that has less of an impact on the environment. Not everyone likes them. I do, for those exact reasons.
Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has definitely been a long journey in the making, and I want to take a quick moment to congratulate and thank staff and working diligently with the community at large. Mr. Nichols and obviously his group that have been passionately trying to advocate the preservation of the Hidden Valley lands. But I think that is somewhat of what's happening here today. Staff will undertake an extensive process, as earlier said by my other colleagues, of a comprehensive environmental assessment that will ensure that if any development can take place, that it would ensure that it has a limited environmental impact to that area and to our groundwater recharge. And of course, at the same time, I think staff have a clear direction that they will do their best and work in a diligent manner to continue to preserve more land than what's already outlined through the master plan as they approach forward to any secondary plan, and finally the ultimate what that area will look like. And that will give opportunity for staff to negotiate with the property owner and hope that there would be an opportunity for more preservation and recreational area. One of the reasons why I can't support the amendment to prohibit high-rise, as I already asked a question earlier of staff, there is already mid-rise proposed. We're already taking into concession that what staff have in mind through their master plan and what they will move forward with is to allow significant level of density to take place. A change from 8-story to some additional height is not going to change the matter much. What it will change is that we will preclude segments of our population that would love the opportunity to live to close proximity to an area that we continue to refer as a gem, which it is. So we need to allow more diversity of a housing stock, especially when we have large areas that we're developing, especially when these areas are in an infill opportunity within the midst of our community, well situated to transit. On Friday, that was a launch of the ION, which is a generational event. What's being proposed, the development that would ultimately happen in this area, is only a stone throw away. We have to have a we have to have a holistic approach to looking at this, allowing all the options, and to give opportunity to staff seeing what fits. And I think what's proposed gives that flexibility. And ultimately, I think what's going to be developed will be a right fit for that community and the community at large.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Galloway-Sealock.
Yes, hearing from Mr. Sloan with respect to the amendment and that there may be an opportunity to look at options with regard to the amendment. I have consulted with Councillor Michaud, and we'd like to add the wording. So I don't know if you want to head there. I'll dictate to you. So it would be that the Hidden Valley Land Use Master Plan look at options that does not include high-rise residential as permitted use. Therefore, it gives that option that staff requested, that we'd like more than just high-rise looked at, but ultimately it's going to come back to council at the appropriate time with all the other studies that are going to be done, and we can look at it at that point in time. So I think that hopefully will be more amenable to more people. It's not as prescriptive, and I will be supporting the recommendation and the amendment.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. As I concur with a lot of things that Councillor Singh had mentioned in his list. I feel that how staff and has worked with the developer has accomplished a lot in what Mr. Nichols would like to see, and with all the testing, environmental testing, but also that this will be a gem that will be used by many, which I feel strongly that the current owner is willing to donate a significant portion of this land, and it won't cost the citizens of Kitchener a significant tax amount of dollars, where I feel that those types of funds could be used in a lot of other types of initiatives that could definitely benefit the rest of the community. As far as when we're looking at this amendment in general, I wasn't prepared to support it, but I am prepared to support as it is as changed, because my concerns is knowing this area and seeing that it's more of an affluent area, and I'm not really too keen on having how we've seen acre lots for homes, and I feel like this area could be opened up more and be used more by more members of the community, but as far as the way it is written now, I can support that. In particular, I feel the developer too is looking at net zero options, so I think we are getting to the place that everyone wants to be, so I think we're in the right place, which is why I will support the recommendation, and I will support the amendment.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. So I am very pleased to be the seconder of this amendment, and my comment is that I really think that Hidden Valley is a really important area that we need to protect as much as possible. I look forward to seeing future iterations of secondary plans so that we can move towards increased protection, specifically of the areas that are too soon to be able to zone at this time, the site-specific policy areas. My other comment is that, from my perspective, I just respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues who are calling this infill. I mean, the proposed residential land uses, from my understanding, would be in areas where there are no current residential uses. And so, yes, it is close to the LRT. It is within that zone, and I do understand that argument for increased density there. But I do see opportunities. This is a unique situation where we need to balance the need to preserve more green space for the pleasure of all of the community, and find additional areas for residential density just outside of that area.
Okay, before I continue with comments, Mr. Sloan, you're looking like you want to make a comment or provide advice, I should say.
Yeah, sorry about that to the mayor. Just as staff were reading it, we wanted to be clear, especially if this becomes a resolution. It may be helpful if there is some further wording to clarify that the Hidden Valley Land Use Master Plan also look at an option that does not include high-rise residential. I think it was pointed out that the way it reads like that right now, would only look at options that don't include high-rise res. So I think we would suggest that. Ideally, if we had one land use we were doing, that would be the more straightforward for staff with doing our infrastructure testing, but it is feasible that we had two options. So if there was also to look at an option that does not include, that would be our recommendation.
Sorry, so that it look at, so what is staff's preferred recommendation to provide clarity? Because I think we're all on the same page. So what's the best wording from a planning perspective?
Essentially, there's one option that is as the plan is now that shows the high-rise res, but also we could look at one other option that does not include the high-rise res. To be even further clear, it would be helpful to know what that other option land use we're looking at. I have a recommendation, but it would be helpful if it was clear that we're looking at two options, one that has the high-rise res and one that does not, because the way it's worded right now, it's not clear.
Okay, well, what was your first wording that also looks at options?
Also look at an option that does not include high-rise res. And it doesn't have to have the word zoning.
Okay, so I think that's in the spirit of what Councillor Michaud and Marsh moved and seconded. I think that gets you to where you need to be. It may not limit it to two, but it certainly gives you lots of room for your discussions.
I think so. I think we were just trying to ensure that it's clear because the landowner's also not here tonight, and so they may just see it in writing. So I think we wanted to make sure that it was clear that we're looking at the land use plan option and another option.
Okay, so Councillor Michaud, this is your amendment.
Put also that also look at an option that does not include a high rise. So two different options. Okay.
Okay. Great, and that's friendly with, or that's acceptable to the seconder as well? Okay, thank you. Okay, continuing on with speakers. Councillor Davey.
Oh, sorry.
No? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just want to, well, in response to something that Councillor Onita said, I don't recall the owner of the property ever saying it was going to donate land. But, pardon me? Okay, I didn't hear it in the presentation we had last week. And I guess in the context of that concern, I would just like to suggest that we not put too much faith in what the owner of the property may or may not do, but that rather staff act aggressively to ensure the conservation of the land that's already been mentioned, but also to find ways and bring back to council at some point possible options to grow that conservation area. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank each and every one of you who came out tonight, and all those who have helped along the way with the engagement and giving your input to our staff. I think heard you loud and clear, and want to look after all those concerns, and I hope you heard assurances tonight from our staff that that will definitely be the case. I like what I'm hearing here as well about the preservation of green space, and I was quite impressed with the landowner when he spoke of wanting to really provide a legacy for the city similar to what the Kaufmans have done and other people like that. So I think Councillor Gazzola is correct in that nobody will get everything, but I think working together we can get a great outcome on this.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, I'll come to you for final comments. I'll make mine. So I will be supporting the recommendation in the report. I too want to thank everyone who's been involved in this project. Not the least of which, obviously, has been Gordon Nichols and his late wife, Daphne, who have been leading this passionately for many, many years and have brought many community members along with them, a number of which are familiar faces in this room associated with this issue, and I know others who are probably here for another item on the agenda are supportive of seeing as much of Hidden Valley preserved as possible as well. I think, you know, as a city, historically, we've made some solid investments in major parks in our city. I mean, I think now it's probably some 120 some years ago when we made the investment in Victoria Park as a city. In 1967, when we made the investment with community partners in Kiwanis Park the first time, and then when we got it back around 1995-96, when it was going to be mined for gravel by the GRCA, and we got that stopped, and you couldn't have seen, you know, quite frankly, much larger crowds on Neighbours Day when the park opened, which was tremendous. And of course, Huron Natural Area, which we've been working at for a long time. This, I think, is the next important piece for our community. I think, as Councillor Gazzola has said, this document lays the foundation and the groundwork for much more substantive discussion to go on. And like him, I too have said to the owner, it would be my hope and expectation that we see as much of that property preserved as green space going forward as possible for the benefit of future generations. It is an important piece of land. It is an important piece of urban land, but it's also, as we look at this, we need to, as has been pointed out, balance these things out with things like protecting the countryside line, which I know is extremely important to some of the people I've seen around the regional horseshoe as we've debated that issue. And so it's how do we make sure all of these individual pieces continue to move forward. I think we do, as I said, have that solid foundation that's necessary, and through ongoing negotiation. And what I do anticipate will be to a certain degree some philanthropic goodwill from the owner in the future that will see the kinds of results that most, if not everyone in this room is hoping for. So with that, Councillor Gazzola, last word goes to you.
Yeah, and I want to mention, I forgot to mention it when I was speaking, just to give you some idea of what we're talking about. This Hidden Valley area is about 450 acres, and we're really dealing with about 250 acres. The rest is already developed, and there's very little activity that will take place there. Huron Natural area is 266 acres. Victoria Park is 59 acres. Central Park in New York City, right in the middle, is 840 acres. I do want to say that 10 minutes ago, I was not prepared to support that amendment, because, but now once you've added the word also, it asks staff to look at different scenarios. And I was confident right from the get-go, working very closely with staff, that they're going to look at a lot of different scenarios, not just for that type of zoning. I'm confident that they're going to look, as I said, at many different scenarios. So in reality, I didn't feel that amendment was necessary. I was confident that they would look at. I will now, with the word "also" in there, support the amendment. And I would ask everyone to, if they can, they really don't lose anything in supporting the amendment, because it was going to be there, I believe, anyhow. But I would really encourage you to support the main motion. It's we've had history making with the ION. I think this is somewhat another area of history making for not only just our community, but the entire region. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. So we'll deal with the amendment first, and a recorded vote has been called. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried, and now we'll deal with the original motion as amended. And that's been carried unanimously. Thank you to the delegations on this issue and everyone who came, and no doubt there'll be much more dialogue on this issue in the months and years ahead. So with that, we'll then move on to item B in delegations, which are delegations who have registered with respect to climate emergency. And in addition to the 4 that have been registered already, we have another 8 delegations that have registered this evening. So that is item 9B under 9B under the agenda, and I'd ask Councillor Ioannidis to bring it forward. Councillor, you have a question, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, just a comment. I'm not sure if it would be motion or just an understanding from the chair or chair's discretion, but due to the number of delegates that we have, we don't want people leaving because it could be quite a period of time. I would suggest that we restrict questions to those of clarification. I leave it to the chair.
We can endeavor to do that. This is the last item that we have delegations for. So, I mean, unless somebody hasn't registered yet, this will, I think it's important that we can have any discussion, but I'd ask people to keep that in mind. Councillor Ioannidis, if you can click in to move your motion.
Do you want me to read out the whole thing?
I think if you can focus on well, sure, go ahead.
Okay. Whereas the Canadian government has committed to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees as per COP21 Paris Agreement, whereas Canada's temperature is rising more than double the rate of the rest of the world, whereas cities are significant contributors to climate change, consuming more than 2/3 of the world's energy and accounting for more than 70% of its carbon emissions, whereas the City of Kitchener is committed to climate action and understands our role as a global citizen and the need to be prepared for the effects of climate change, whereas the City of Kitchener has an improved corporate climate action plan, which is detailed strategy for reducing our corporate level GHG emissions with an absolute GHG emissions target reduction of 8% from 2016 levels by 2026. Whereas the City of Kitchener has reduced its GHG emissions by almost 3,000 tons since 2010. Whereas the City of Kitchener is currently working towards Stage 3 of International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, Building Adaptive and Resilient Communities Program for Climate Adaptation. Whereas the City of Kitchener has committed to community action, climate action by setting an 80% greenhouse gas emissions reduction target from 2010 levels by 2050. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Kitchener is declaring a climate emergency with the directive to provide continued support to corporate and community climate action at the City and work towards improved targets where possible.
Okay, thank you. And who's seconding that, Councillor Inez?
Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Chapman, okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Chapman, I understand you're going to introduce an amendment, so I'm going to ask you to bring that forward just so that everyone is aware of it when we are hearing from delegations and ultimately council.
So there, do I speak to this now or just say?
No, you just move what your amendment is.
Okay, so the first amendment is under the fourth paragraph. I'd like to remove global citizen and replace it with municipality in a globalized world on the first page.
So in the fourth paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where it says understanding our role as a global citizen, I would like it to read as our role as a municipality in a globalized world, and the rest can remain the same. The second amendment is...
Okay, sorry, where is that?
Pardon me?
Where is that in what your...
Fourth paragraph.
It's farther down, is what you're saying?
It's in the fourth paragraph.
Like it's not on the screen in front of us.
It's higher up.
It's farther down. Okay.
Well, maybe we can just look at that one on its own and then go to the other whereases, because if we can just look at the paragraph 4 first, just to show what I'm suggesting we modify there, and then we can go back to the rest of what you've got on the screen. So it says, whereas the City of Kitchener is committed to climate action and understanding our role as a global citizen, and the need to be prepared for the effects of climate change, I'm proposing that we remove global citizen and replace it with a municipality in a globalized world.
Okay.
And then if you want to put the other two that you just had up, please. All the red marks are just edits that I'm suggesting, but we don't have to go over them. Okay, so in addition to the existing whereases, I'd like to add the following two whereases. Whereas effective accountability is a key element of meeting targets, and whereas the City of Oslo's climate budget allows them to be accountable for their emissions on a yearly basis and to spread the responsibility of emission reductions across the organization. Therefore, be it resolved, again, a couple edits in the first one, and I'd like to add a further resolution that would read, be it further resolved that staff be directed to create an issue paper to be presented to Council in September 2019 detailing the corporation's carbon inventory and the implementation of a carbon budget as an integrated component of the city's climate action plan.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Marsh, you're seconding it? Okay, that's fine. So it's been moved and seconded. So I will now move to delegations. And our first delegation would be Laura Hamilton. So we'll go through all the delegations and then we'll have questions of staff. Welcome, Ms. Hamilton.
Oops. Hi. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for this opportunity. I'm here as a member of Divest Waterloo. We're a local chapter of a national interfaith network that's dedicated to protecting our ecosystem. Over the past 5 years, Divest Waterloo has hosted and organized over 40 events in our region to create awareness about climate change and to grow the political will for action commensurate with the scale of this crisis. So I have a few slides to demonstrate that. This first one is sort of what we've looked like for the last 30 years and possibly where we find ourselves tonight. The second slide shows, oh, you want to go? Thank you. This is actually from Greta Thunberg. She's a Swedish youth who said that we have to act like our house is on fire because it is. She's responsible for the Global Fridays for Future Strikes. And now some of the slide, and of course this is how most people are reacting to the house on fire. The next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, sorry. This shows recent measures of CO2 levels. They haven't been this high in over 3 million years. That was the last time we crossed 415. Oh, I can do this. I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. This shows the sorry. This is the last 10,000 years. It's also known as the Holocene. Some people think of it as the Garden of Eden. It shows what stable CO2 translates to stable climate, which has made agriculture and subsequently the civilization we've come to know and love all possible. And this next slide shows the last 800,000 years to kind of put that in perspective and show that, where the Holocene is at the very, very end, and that where we are now is completely unprecedented. And this slide shows basically that Canada is warming at twice the rate of the globe, and that certain parts of Canada are warming even faster. So the IPCC has recently told us that to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we have approximately 12 years to change the way we do just about everything. And we only have 2 years to dramatically change our emission trajectory in order to make that possible to do what we need to do in the time that we have left. So we understand the science, and we know that we know where we're heading. Canada is nowhere near achieving our Paris commitments. Our Paris commitments globally won't keep us below 2 degrees. In 2009, all nations agreed that 2 degrees was the threshold that must not be crossed, because at 2 degrees the odds change. At 2 degrees, the odds change against us and in favor of tipping points, feedback loops, or something called unstoppable climate change. Globally, we're on a path of 4 to 6 degrees right now of warming before the end of this century. In their now famous 2009 report on climate change, the U.S. military said that between 4 and 6 degrees of global warming, their work is done, as there will be no civil society to protect. So this is not about adapting to local extreme weather events. This is about the very real threat of system collapse. So why a municipal declaration? As it was mentioned earlier, cities are responsible for 70% of global emissions, or over 70%. And cities have taken the lead when higher levels of government have failed to act. So we need a place-based response to this global crisis. And why Kitchener? Well, for starters, thank you very much for all the good work that you've done so far with both the corporate and community climate action plans. These are a really good start. And because of that, you are our first stop on the road to a regional declaration. We're looking for leadership to acknowledge the truth and to act accordingly. We're asking you to lead us in action. We need a municipal carbon budget for transparency and accountability and to support increased ambition. Establishing a carbon budget takes climate action out of a silo and embeds it in every municipal decision. To declare a climate emergency and not demonstrate your commitment by establishing a carbon budget risks increasing cynicism and public apathy. And these are both things that we simply cannot afford in the midst of a global crisis. Our community is internationally recognized for our innovation and for our commitment to social justice. Because of this, we are well positioned to be a global climate leader. So I'm asking you to land on the right side of history tonight by supporting this motion and to declare a climate emergency and the amendment to establish a carbon budget.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. And there don't appear to be any questions. Folks, no clapping. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you.
No questions?
No questions. Our next delegation is Angela Carter. Welcome, Ms. Carter.
Hi, pleasure to see you all. This is my first time in your chambers, and I have to say thank you for making it a really welcoming experience. I met most of you through Twitter today, which is kind of weird, but really happy to have done that. My name is Angela Carter. I'm a professor of political science here at the University of Waterloo, and I focus on climate policy and climate politics. My current research now is... Thank you. My current research right now is looking at global first movers, so where we can find real hope for combating the climate crisis that we're in the midst of. So I want to thank you all for considering Councillor Ioannidis's motion, as well as Councillor Chapman for the important amendment that you've put forward. Okay, so I think we're all aware of what the global climate crisis looks like, and I mean, really how we experience it on the ground is, neighborhoods fleeing from fires and family homes burning, unprecedented storms and flooding that batter towns, droughts that are choking off communities' food supplies and water supplies, and terrifying human health impacts as diseases and heat deaths are spreading in a too hot world. I think we can often get lost in, this sort of generality, but then when you look at really specific cases like what's happening in India right now, where we know that there are something in the tune of over 500 million people in critical risk of climate breakdown, millions of people facing water shortages and praying for rain. Hundreds of people have died just in the last couple of weeks, actually, because of climate crisis. So we know the global situation is severe. We also know, and you know, what this means in Kitchener-Waterloo, in our region. In fact, you commissioned research that the University of Waterloo did to try to give a sense of what that means on the ground. And they summarized it in kind of a catchy way of warmer, wetter, wilder weather, and laid out for you some of the costs of what this means. Social costs in terms of vulnerable citizens being put at risk by extreme heat. And by vulnerable citizens, I mean elders and kids, those who are sick, those who don't have adequate housing, people in low income, and the kinds of infrastructure and service disruptions that would occur through the kinds of increasing flooding, freezing rain, extreme winds, and that sort of thing. So Laura, I think, really talked us through the history of how we got to where we are. I wanted to put up this graph to give you a sense of where we need to go. So this is based on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their 2018 report just past fall, and they're showing us where we need to bring emissions by 2050 or so if we're going to have even a half chance of a stable climate. And this means deep reductions right now. It's an enormous challenge, no doubt. No doubt as well, the Canadian federal government hasn't implemented policies that align with our international commitments. So that means that provincial governments, municipal governments, businesses, other organizations, we all need to be doing more to step up our game. Now, I would also say, this is not usually my bag, but I did want to point out that this is a lot more than an environmental or ethical question. International financial leaders warn us that the climate crisis is a major threat to our economies. Right? And put simply, there is no business on a dead planet. So that's a warning that I take quite seriously. All right, so the climate breakdown has made some of us passively despairing, and it's caused some of us to merely hope without acting. But a 16-year-old girl, Greta Thunberg, she's jolted us awake with a simple message that there's just no time for any of that. What we must do is act, and we need big, heroic actions that bring down emissions dramatically and quickly. Her message has been heard by millions of children around the world, and they've been striking for months. They are going to continue to do that. And they're demanding real climate action from political leaders. They're speaking to us right here in Kitchener. In fact, I think 2 of the little girls who are up there on the right are in this room with us this evening. And so governments around the world are responding to these calls of our children by formally declaring a climate emergency. Over 600 governments in 14 countries have already done this, 432 in Canada alone. And that is representing more than 100 million citizens in the world. The Canadian House of Commons also has joined in on this effort. This is a foundational and it's a powerfully symbolic part of confronting the climate crisis. And of course, it absolutely aligns with what the City of Kitchener has already done. The leadership that you showed last spring by unanimously committing to reduce emissions deeply by 2050. I mean, you're already moving in this direction. The inclusion of a carbon budget, as proposed by Councillor Chapman, is a way to operationalize this declaration. Like a financial budget, a carbon budget means setting a limit on what our emissions ought to be in this city, prioritizing which types of business or operations are going to consume those emissions, and then being accountable. So basically this would mean setting a limit on carbon emissions yearly or every 2 years or every 3 years to meet those long-term targets, parsing out year by year or 2 years by 2 years how much we're allowed to use up as a city, and then making sure that we have decreases over time, and then reporting on performance and making sure that we align with where we want to be. The first country to adopt a carbon budget was the United Kingdom in 2008 with broad cross-party support. And now developing a carbon budget is considered to be a key component of climate action planning for municipalities. And this is why the C40 Cities organization, which amasses 96 of the world's largest cities to take bold action on climate change, that's why they have it at the forefront of their blueprint planning. I could speak at more length about this, but I would say, just to sort of give a hint, that Climate Action Waterloo Region probably already has the capacity to do exactly this. I mean, you've got so many experts right here in the community who could do this for you. So all of this to say that by declaring a climate emergency and by establishing a carbon budget, Kitchener will be joining a rising wave of climate leaders globally. And this is exactly what Kitchener citizens want. It's what they need, especially the next generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And there don't appear to be any questions for you. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Katarina Lindman. Welcome, Ms. Lindman.
Thank you. Right. Good evening. I'm worried about the effects of climate change internationally. For example, this week there's a heat wave in Europe that's expected to cause a lot of suffering and death. They're saying that with the humidex, it's going to reach maybe 47 degrees Celsius. There's going to be more droughts and floods. Those affect the most vulnerable, subsistence farmers. It creates climate refugees, which then brings to question what our obligations are. Sea level rise will be a problem. There's some level of sea level rise is already locked in with the amount of global heating we have already. Lots of people live in cities along the coast, and there's low-level islands where people will lose their homes because of sea level rise. CO2 stays in the atmosphere a long time. We will need a lot of reforestation to combat the climate crisis. And we're going to need to transform our economy. Today, our economy is based on cheap fossil fuels, and we need to transition to a low-carbon economy. And we want this new economy to be more inclusive and less unequal because we do care about social justice. This declaration of a climate emergency sends a political message to other levels of government that we want climate change action in a serious way. We don't want new investment in fossil fuel infrastructure. That seems to be a hot topic right now. We don't want fossil fuel subsidies. And it's also important to recognize the role of industrialized animal agriculture. The Oxford Food Study said that animal agriculture uses up 79% of the land but provides only 18% of the calories. So there's a great opportunity to free up about 75% of the land by adopting plant-based diets. And if this land was reverted to forest, it would store carbon and help reverse global heating. We would save about 50% of our agricultural emissions, save about 50% of eutrophication, which causes ocean dead zones, and also acid rain would be reduced by 50%, as well as water use. And I'd like to support the carbon budget amendment because that's a tool that will ensure we are on track. And it helps us set interim targets somewhere between 2019 and 2030, and also between 2030 and 2050 to make sure we're on track. So, for example, we could have a 5-year plan for the budget. I think calling a climate emergency is a way to show leadership and build that political will so that we can take the strong action that's necessary, both for us, for people living today, and people young people and people yet to be born. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindman, and there are no questions for you. We'll move on then to Ms. Sophia Kudryavtsev. Did I get that reasonably right?
Yeah, that was good. Is it Verbanovic or Verbanovich? That's the real question.
Good question.
And members of council and attendees. My name is Sofia Kuzlyavtsev. I'm 21 years old. And I want to speak a little bit about my experience as a citizen of this community. So I came to KW to study at the University of Waterloo in 2015. And over the course of my 4 years, I have truly fallen in love with this city enough to now call it my home. Although a lot of people know Kitchener as a hub of tech development, I actually fell in love with this city for one of its less known characteristics, which is the community. I found that there's an immense sense of connection among people who live in the city. As someone who had really no ties to Kitchener when I moved here, it really only took me one community event to meet someone who introduced me to someone else, who introduced me to someone else, and so on until now, where I have this network of connections with all kinds of different people who live here in Kitchener. Honestly, I feel like I can't come to downtown without seeing someone that I know, and it's all because of other community members and their connection to this community. One of the best parts about the connection between residents of Kitchener is the immense commitment we have to this community's well-being. Every Kitchenerite I meet is busy doing some kind of work to make the city better for everyone, whether it's volunteering with a local organization, planting community gardens, organizing public events, creating art and music for others to enjoy, and so much more. But the one thing that we need to commit to, more than anything to keep this community going, is a healthy environment to live in. So as others have cited, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a report last fall saying that we have less than 12 years to limit our warming to less than 1.5 degrees pre-industrial levels to minimize the catastrophic effects of climate change. I want to point out that other studies have said we have even less time than that, and we here in Kitchener are not immune. As others again have said, heavy rains and high winds are amongst just some of the effects that we are facing, and ultimately total system collapse. These are not only going to impact the way Kitchener citizens live, but they are also going to cost the city. We're at a tipping point, and it's everyone's responsibility as members of both our local and global communities to take action. That's why today we are asking that the City of Kitchener declare a climate emergency. Although great work is already being done to mitigate the climate crisis, we really, really need this city's leaders to help unite the strength of our community against the cause which impacts all of us. By declaring a climate emergency, the city will raise awareness about the crisis we are facing and garner more community involvement. It will also center the city's ongoing actions around one clear message and ensure that we continue to make positive steps moving forward in accordance to that message. Especially as we are dubbed the Silicon Valley of the North, this declaration also invites opportunity for so much new, innovative green technology to emerge, putting Kitchener on the map as a leading community to the future. Of course, this declaration does need to be more than just words. We must also take action if we are going to successfully address the climate crisis. As such, in addition to the climate emergency declaration, we are also asking the City of Kitchener to implement a carbon budget. This will form Kitchener's path into a greener future and help us stay on that path, keeping us accountable to our emissions goals. Members of the Council and Mayor Verbanovich, I cannot stress enough how dire the situation is. You do not need to look far into the research or just at the world around you, as others have pointed out, to see that the climate crisis is not a problem of the future. It is immediate and it requires immediate action. As a community that has shown commitment to improving the world for everyone, I believe Kitchener holds so much potential for transforming the path to the future into something that we can all look forward to. While we have so many great community members already doing great work in many areas of the city, what we need now is you, as leaders of this community, to bring us together in the fight against climate change. By declaring a climate emergency, you not only show that you stand for the future of this planet, but that you also stand for the future of this community. And to me, it's a community very much worth standing for. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. And there aren't any questions, so we'll move on then to Shane Mulligan.
Good evening.
Welcome, Mr. Mulligan.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Mayor Verbanovich and Council. Really appreciate seeing this motion forward and having an opportunity to speak in support of it. I'm not speaking for any particular group, but really in light of some research I've been doing, in part into Extinction Rebellion, which you may know is a social movement that emerged in the UK. And the Extinction Rebellion put out 3 demands and based its nonviolent direct action on the pursuit of those demands. The first of which was for governments to tell the truth about the climate emergency. So commend you for that's what I think you're doing tonight. I believe this slideshow is cursed. I'm not quite sure why, but I'm going to keep it just like this. It'll mostly prompt me, I think, as much as anything. So I like dinosaurs, and speaking of dinosaurs, we have the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is really the body that we look to, and that most of the world looks to when it comes to understanding the climate emergency and the climate crisis that we're in. And I jokingly call them dinosaurs. It's a fact that this is a very well-established body with scientific knowledge that's virtually irrefutable. But as a result, it's also highly conservative and in some ways a lot out of date. Is there any way that we can expand this? No, perhaps not. Sorry, I just want to give one example of what's bringing, what the current science is looking at that isn't really making it into the models. So this was a study that came out this spring regarding the emissions of nitrous oxide from melting permafrost in the Arctic. Now, the melting permafrost was nitrous oxide. It's also known as laughing gas, so it's the 3rd most impactful greenhouse gas. But emissions from permafrost were deemed to be negligible and aren't actually included in the IPCC modeling or the IPCC reports. And this study found that the emissions were approximately 12 times what had previously been expected, which makes them somewhat significant and a worthy addition. But in addition, this study is, though published this year, was based on data that was collected in August 2013. So even if this makes it into the next IPCC reports, which are due in 2022, we're going to be looking at facts on the ground that are 10 years old. And this is really a bit of a concern because when we look to melting permafrost in particular, it's occurring, recent reports are saying something like 70 years faster than we'd expected. So we're decades ahead of the models, and we're still looking at IPCC reports from 2014. That's a bit of a hindrance, I guess, when we're looking at the emergencies we're in. We are familiar, I think, with this great ice cube at the top of the world that governs our jet stream and keeps us reasonably cool. This is a map that's fondly known as the Arctic Death Spiral. Each of those colored lines indicates the volume of ice in the Arctic over the last 40 years, since 1979. And if we look at the black line, that is the September minimum. So here's another look at it. Thank you for fixing the slideshow, by the way. And this shows that the levels in the late 70s were around 16,000 cubic kilometers. The volume was, sorry, and it's reduced to about 5,000 kilometers or 5,000 cubic kilometers in the last couple of years. And there's two things about this graph I guess I'd want to point out. One is that this is happening at purportedly 1.1 degrees above pre-industrial temperatures, and we talk about safety at 1.5 and worrying at 2 degrees. The other thing to look at is that this is apparently a nonlinear relationship, which means the loss of ice is speeding up, which means it's probably not just due to carbon emissions, but it's due to albedo and other feedback effects that are kind of driving the machine themselves. So while you're talking a lot this evening, and my colleagues here, I'm grateful for their contributions. My friends in this crowd here have presented a lot of interesting evidence. But I think we got to look a little further than simply reducing carbon and actually look at this as an emergency that we're not actually going to do much to stop. This is coming down the pipe on us, and adaptation seems to really be the thing of the day. I have no doubt that in the late Easter Island civilization, there were people shouting about the cutting down of the last trees to roll these stone heads down to the sea. And they were probably thought of as alarmists, but I think this is real. I think we really have to talk about adaptation. I think climate emergency helps to shift what social scientists call the Overton window. It moves us in the direction of actually talking about this as an emergency and of opening up capabilities for a council like yourselves to think about it differently and perhaps to act a little more vigorously than you might otherwise be able to. So, thanks. I have one more slide, but I really don't have time to deal with it unless you want to offer me the time.
Just finish your last slide. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. One discourse that I found actually very useful is coming from Jem Bendel. He's a researcher in the UK. And his notion of deep adaptation rests on 4 pillars, 4 questions, really. The first is resilience, which is what do we actually want to sustain and maintain in our lives, in our societies. The second, relinquishment, is a question of what do we have to give up? What's getting in the way? What's making it worse? Third is restoration. What have we lost that we could bring back? Is it habits? Is it seeds? Is it social patterns? And finally is reconciliation, which is a question of what do we just have to accept that it's already a done deal. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mulligan, and thanks for your patience while we figured out how to handle the slideshow. Our next delegation is Shannon Purvis-Smith. Welcome, Ms. Purvis-Smith.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Urbanovich and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. I am not 21 years old. I'm a citizen of Elmira, and I've been there for 46 years, so I know something about environmental crises. As an environmental activist, I'm encouraged that citizens can speak to governments and the general public. I stood before the Regional Council last year speaking on behalf of Climate Action Waterloo Region Goal on greenhouse gas emissions, a delegation of some 5 pages. This one has one. Time is running out. Now I am here to ask you for your support in trying to prevent this stupendous calamity, the destruction of the biosphere, and quite possibly the end of life on Earth. To be responsible for such a tragic collective mistake is the greatest evil that human beings could ever have brought about. We are all guilty of contributing to global warming, and the refusal to admit our faults and remedy them in the short space of time that is left to us is, in my opinion, a sin. Unless we acknowledge that and pull together to reconstruct this place, once a paradise controlled by nature and whatever supreme being you believe in, we will commit the unthinkable. A few years ago, many climate change deniers thought that activists were imagining this grim conclusion to the collective self-interested, wayward opinions and behavior of the human race. But now their numbers are shrinking, and I perceive that a large number of the world's population agrees that the trouble is real. All over, movements are forming to stop global warming. I believe that we have passed on from mitigation and adaptation, a temporary solution at best, to the acceptance of the reality of a possibly terrifying future. To be unaware of this is bad enough, but to stand in the way of its prevention because of power, greed, or negligence can no longer be tolerated. We all need to implement all the practices that will restore our air, water, and land, and that will make the environmental stewardship and social justice the business that we are open for. This isn't hyperbolic sentiment, it's rational science. There's some pretty shabby leadership going on in the world, but we are fortunate here in Kitchener-Waterloo region. We see the right things being done, and we trust that declaring that a climate crisis or emergency is officially recognized as evident would be doing the right thing. We want to unite to abate climate change. This may mean some resistance from other political bodies, corporations, and people who can't give up their desire for more money than they need. Education has been challenged by fake news, but surprisingly, many young people manage to ignore this misleading propaganda and speak wisely about their alarm at the damage they see and foresee. We can learn from them. I hope we can count on the Council to approve the declaration. Many people are eager to have governmental support to the work that is to be done. The more accurately researched information concerning the environment that can be disseminated, and the more commitment to solving its problems, the better. We must heal the biosphere. I think it is a moral imperative.
Thank you very much, Ms. Purvis-Smith. Appreciate you coming in. James Sands, and maybe you can, when you get up, tell me which one is the correct pronunciation, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is it Sains or Sands?
Sannes.
Sannes, okay, thank you.
My name is Jim Sannes, and I'm a member of the Climate Action Group at our Grand River Unitarian congregation. And I'm a Vice President of the Canadian Unitarians for Social Justice. First, I want to thank you for supporting the water conservation bylaw in our region. Our church is working to reduce our carbon footprint, and we encourage people using carpools, transit, bicycling, and walking whenever possible. We advise on reducing food waste, one of the biggest contributors to our carbon footprint. We encourage reducing dairy and meat consumption. Eating fewer animals, products, has much more impact on the environment than all the transportation combined. We avoid single-use plastic and prohibit the use of bottled water in our building. And I see you have more or less done the same thing too. I don't see any bottled water around. Thank you. I'd like to see our city actively do this by making whole food, plant-based the default at city functions, with meat and dairy as options when requested. The New Canada Food Guide encourages the eating of plant-based protein, and we should do so also. Changing eating habits one meal at a time is good for the environment, good for our health, and good for the animals who suffer in confinement for the pleasure of our taste buds. If cities like Amsterdam and Utrecht can do it, so can we. I'm very short tonight. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanders, for coming in. Scott Liu. Welcome, Mr. Liu.
Thanks. My name is Scott, and I'm here as a very concerned student, but also as someone who's part of a generation that will be forced to experience the brunt of the worsening climate conditions on Earth as a result of man-made climate change. First of all, I think that when we talk about climate policy and we look at who's for or against things like regulations or increased action to decarbonize our society, we should know how old they are and their generation. Because when we talk about the 12, now 11 years that scientists say we have left to prevent the Earth from being basically a hellhole, some of us here might not even make it to the end of that. That's important to note. That's important to note because it means they won't have to suffer through it. It's a lot easier to dismiss action against the climate as unnecessary, unrealistic, too expensive, or even to claim that climate change isn't real when it won't be affecting you. I'm grateful that the people here don't think that, though. I'm here today because if Canada doesn't act now, we may lose our chance to save the Earth for good. And the first part of acting against the threat is to recognize it, which is something that a number of cities and townships have already done. I don't believe it's an exaggeration to say that the climate crisis is the single biggest problem facing humanity currently. And when you look at the numbers, Canada bears a lot of responsibility for that. We're around the 38th largest country by population, yet we're 8th in terms of carbon emitted overall, not per capita, overall, which is an insane stat. And that means that billions around the world will face consequences from our carbon footprints and our actions. Consequences like mass chaos, instability, rampant displacement from natural disasters, famine and drought, and extreme poverty. As a country, we should be front and center in addressing this issue, not on the front page for building another pipeline. We cannot risk spending another second assisting the fossil fuel industry or relying on fossil fuels. We can't half-ass this and add minor regulations and pretend that the free market is going to step in and save us, or that individuals are going to be able to buy enough eco-friendly products to really make the change. We need to use the next 11 years to enact systematic change, to decarbonize our industries, end the subsidization of the fossil fuel industry, and invest in public infrastructure and transportation so that we can not only provide more jobs, but a better society. We also can't wait for federal or provincial action. We should take action right here. The solutions already exist, and we have the resources. We even know the consequences if we don't act. We just need to make the right choices and act. I think when it comes to the people making the choices, I ask the council to consider how important is this to you. Of course, you could say it's important to you to represent your community and their concerns or whatever else. But remember, the ones that are going to be the most affected by this might not even be able to vote. They may be in another country. They might not even be born right now. We're talking about our children and grandchildren. So this decision can't be based on short-term thinking of profitability, but instead for long-term survival. Do the right thing and preserve the earth for future generations. Start by naming the threat and declare a climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Our next delegation is Andrew Morega. Welcome, Mr. Morega.
Hi, my name is Andrew Morega, and I'm an environmental researcher at the University of Waterloo. So I have a lot of stake in the game when it comes to making sure that we address climate change. I think I kind of want to start with what is climate change. And it's the name that we've given to this process that's leading to rapid changes in the typical temperature and weather conditions that we expect for an area. We know that climate change is being caused by human emission of carbon into the atmosphere, which traps heat and warms the planet. This is raising global average temperatures. In fact, we have already reached around 1.1 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, when we're trying to keep it aspirationally below 1.5 and a hard limit above 2, below 2 degrees Celsius. Why is this a problem? The human-caused shift in climatic conditions are a direct threat to human lives, public infrastructure, and societal stability overall. Natural disasters like wildfires and floods are already becoming more frequent in Canada, threatening people's lives and their homes. We have only started to experience the effects of climate change, but if we don't address the climate crisis on the scale of the problem, things are likely to get much worse. Why do we need to declare a climate emergency? Well, we need to address climate crises on the scale of the problem, and it starts by acknowledging the elephant in the room, which is catching fire at this point. This situation is an emergency. The window of time we have to act is quickly shortening, and we need to reduce our carbon emissions to prevent a worsening of the climatic situation. Recent reports from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has indicated that we must act quickly and aggressively to reduce emissions of carbon to prevent catastrophe. We have the knowledge and the tools to address climate change. What we need is bravery and leadership from our elected officials. We need you at every level to develop and bring forth plans to avert a worsening of the climate crisis. This starts with declaring a climate emergency. It shows that we recognize the problem. It builds solidarity with others who are also doing the same. But ultimately, it starts us on a path to strong climate action. And I ask that you please support this motion before us today to declare a climate emergency, and also that we move towards establishing a carbon budget for the area in Councillor Chapman's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mariga, and there don't appear to be any questions. Our next delegation is Kai Reimer Watts. Welcome, Mr. Reimer Watts.
Good evening. An incredible amount has already been said, and so I just want to start by first taking a moment to thank Councillors Ioannidis and Chapman for bringing this forward, and really all others who we've spoken with and who work tirelessly for our city, and who I hope intend to vote yes after all of these powerful delegations. I'm here as a Kitchener resident, a young person, a current PhD student, studying climate and community engagement, and to really offer my support to Council in passing this motion and recognizing the work that will be required to scale up our ambitions and achieve ambitious targets in the years to come. And so I guess I just wanted to start with that as something that perhaps hasn't been acknowledged quite enough, that we're coming forward today to ask Council to declare a climate emergency and adopt a carbon budget, but I fully recognize that even with our 80% reduction target that has already been passed regionally, to get anywhere close to that will require engaging much of the broader community. This is not a challenge that Council can take on purely on its own. And so I guess I would also kind of look to and ask the community who's here today that, I think everyone here recognizes we're in this together, and we really need to have kind of boots on the ground to build solutions, engage the private sector, engage our universities in the region, to develop innovative solutions as quickly as possible to bring down our emissions. I don't want to belabor too much the crisis that we're in. One metaphor that has really stuck with me recently is just the equivalent amount of energy that we're adding to the Earth every single second. So this is not new. 250 trillion joules of extra heat energy a second are being trapped due to our pollution. And that's a very abstract number. So what scientists have done, including Dr. James Hansen, is translate that into something a bit more relatable. The idea that this is the equivalent of adding the energy of about 4 atomic bombs a second, also 2 Hurricane Sandys a second. And so when I think about the word emergency, looking through history, if a country just was attacked by with a single bomb, that would be enough to declare an emergency. We have been doing this for decades, right? Adding this excess energy to the climate system for decades, and that's what's gotten us to where we are today. It's a large part of what's driving mass extinction and why we're in such a dire state. So today's vote to me is not about acknowledging something new. It's about setting the record straight, being honest about what this crisis really is and the level of urgency it deserves. And I also want to bring it back to just impacts on our communities and how so much of that expense is borne by municipalities. And so once again, it's in a municipality's best interest to make a public statement to the community as a whole that this is a cost that's coming down the pike, that's happening now, that we're gonna need to spend increased taxpayers' dollars for, that we're gonna need to get more people involved on solutions. And so making that really a statement to the public at large that we need everyone's help. The last thing I want to end on is building the economy of the future. I think there's some examples that we can be really proud of in our region and can give some vision for the future clean economy. I'm guessing much of Council is familiar with the Evolve One building, Canada's first zero carbon, net positive energy commercial office building located in Waterloo, produces 108% of the building's energy needs through solar. Many other cool technologies to learn from there. I'm sure many of us in this room are proud to see the ION up and running. And I also wanted to mention other initiatives in our community, like the Working Center, that remind us that building a sustainable community is more than the technology we use. It's about people, it's about relationships, services that we create to make sure everyone's supported through this transition, and that we're building a more just economy as well. And so all of that goes into this package. So today, really just coming forward in support. I know as Council, you'll move into making the right decision, and that the work does not end here, that we all need to work together to address this crisis, to find our courage, and to build a clean energy future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai. And our next delegation is Gary Potter.
I'll yield my time.
Okay, thank you. And our last delegation is Peter Eglin. Welcome, Mr. Eglin.
Mayor Vrbanovich, councillors, members of staff, members of the public. My name is Peter Eglin. I live in Cherry Park. For those of you who don't know, and for the record, I'm the husband of Councillor Chapman there. And everybody who's gone before me said everything that I wanted to say, so I'm not going to tell you, I'm not going to give my speech. I just say two things. We're considering a climate emergency. We're familiar with the concept of emergency. You know what you do when there's an emergency. You call 911. And various kinds of people in uniform, various sorts of uniform, respond, and you hope that something will get done. The thing about a climate emergency is there's no 911 number. There's nobody at the end of the phone. There's just us. And the second thing I want to say is, that Councillor Chapman, ain't she great?
Okay. Is there a motion? Okay. She's blushing for the record. With that, those are all the delegations we have. I said we would have questions of staff now. Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, I did second that amendment, and I'm very pleased to do so. However, I just want to ask staff about the time frame. I really don't know that September 2019 is a fair, time frame. I would ask that maybe we could adjust that to in time for the 2020 budget. I wonder if that would be a reasonable time frame.
Mr. Reedman, are you handling that, or? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, you turned yourself off. Go ahead.
Through the mayor, it would be most pragmatic to have some time to prepare something like this to make it meaningful and more objective. There are items that will be difficult to quantify in terms of having this related to budget items as well. We would want to compare it to the existing corporate climate action plan. That was a large amount of work in getting data together. So we'd want to see where the gaps would be to make this, the recommendation more meaningful.
So what is the time frame that you need to get that done?
We would need to first identify the scope to see what sort of time frame I think would be reasonable.
So, okay. So I just, I think it's really important that we are aware as we move forward in this that we don't put our staff in a position of an impossible goal. That being said, an emergency, we can't wait for a long time, and so I wonder if we can find a way to word that to not tie us to September 2019, but to maybe say as soon as is reasonably, as soon as possible. Yeah. Would that be okay with the mover? Okay. Yeah. So if we can just take the date out, that's fine, to council, so that we can make sure that we're being sustainable and that we keep our incredible staff members going. And so I think, yeah, that's all I wanted to say at this point. I will have comments later.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the point of whether this is feasible for staff. So with that change, and I guess to be clear, I've researched this a little bit, but there's still a whole lot of questions that we're still not, like how much they're going to cost. What my biggest question actually would be the granularity. Like, is this a situation where we're detailing the carbon for every single possible carbon emitter of the city within the corporation, with the city whole? And how about the carbon sinks? Are we identifying every single tree? And I just want to make sure that the dollars we spend in this carbon budget aren't necessarily, in identifying everything, couldn't be better spent in another way, environmentally, to respect the environment. So my question to staff would be, I'm not sure how much time they've had to look at the amendment. I know they've had more time with the motion themselves, and I guess my question would be, in terms of this motion, or the amendment, what, if any, other changes or concerns would you have?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the mayor, staff were not consulted on the amendment, and I think what might be helpful is for Ms. Bennett to comment more broadly on the work that's happening in the community on the Community Climate Action Plan and how this could fit within that broader mandate.
Okay, please.
Ms. Bennett?
Through the mayor, and I just want to clarify the motion here says the corporation's climate inventory, so there is two different initiatives happening currently. There's the Corporate Climate Action Plan that was recently endorsed, which a fairly ambitious target because we used 2016 as a baseline year. And we have the Community Climate Action Plan, which we are on the second iteration of, and that's the 80 by 20 plan, so 80% reduction by 2050. That plan, the RFP for it, has recently closed, so it will be developed over the next year, where opportunities will be displayed to us, and our role in this regional level initiative, which partnerships are key for. The City of Kitchener's corporate contribution in terms of emissions to that is quite low, or it would be under 1% of emissions in terms of the overall regional footprint. So as a corporation, our corporate climate action plan, quite detailed, and it is ambitious if you consider the baseline year, does include items related to the decision management framework, but we are not in the position yet to talk about budget around the community climate plan because the opportunities have not yet been presented. Okay,
I think I follow that then. So I'm not sure if staff's prepared to make suggestions in terms of changes to the amendment beyond what's here. But I guess the first thing I would like to see is staff looking at the idea of a carbon budget and coming back to us perhaps with options in terms of granularity and I guess most bang for our buck going forward. So I just want to make sure we're not tying, like right now it literally says detailing the corporation's carbon inventory. And I don't understand the granularity of that or how much work is involved. So I'm just looking for help in terms of wording, and I'm not sure if staff's prepared to answer that now, or if you want to take a few seconds while other questions are being asked.
I see Mr. Chapman is keyed in.
So what I understand from Ms. Bennett in our conversations before the meeting is that her best advice is to refer this to the collaborative that is leading the Community Climate Action Plan. As she's indicated, the city corporation's contributions are relatively minor in the whole scheme of things. They're important, but they're minor. And so the more important work will happen through the partnership, which includes the region, the other area municipalities, local industry, and not-for-profit sectors. The RFP is being awarded. The work will start very soon, and so we think the best thing you could do is refer the consideration of the inventory and the budget to that team for them to explore and report back on.
Okay, and I would do so, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll come to you for that referral momentarily. So just to be clear, Mr. Chapman and Ms. Bennett, then what you're saying is that this is the work that has historically been part of Climate Action Waterloo Region, and we've now gone out to tender for the next piece of work, and this would fit in potentially within that next piece of work. Is that what I'm understanding?
Through the mayor, correct. We would be able to, we would need to work in partnership for overlap regional level initiatives, of course, so transportation waste come into play. But of course, the City of Kitchener as a community would be able to identify our piece of the puzzle in terms of what we're able to do at a community scale. We are actively doing initiatives already at a community scale that are contributing to this, and so having a better understanding of the City of Kitchener's opportunities, we just can't answer that now. At a corporate level, we do have good data, but depending on the granularity that was mentioned, it could be a very sizable task and also not even possible for some elements. So the scope, that's why I spoke to, we would have to first come to terms and on the scope itself.
And just to remind everyone, the broader plan is a partnership between all 8 municipalities, the post-secondary institutions, I think the school boards, no? Okay, correct me then. And who else part of that? I know.
It's the region, the local municipalities, the townships, in partnership with leadership from REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. Just wanted to again clarify with staff. So you're saying that the climate action plan that we're coming up with will more or less give us that carbon footprint that we need?
Ms. Bennett?
Through the mayor, correct. It will be completing the inventory for a region as a whole. So where we could improve upon granularity there would be to get City of Kitchener's portion of that.
Okay, so in other words, that whole study is being done through the region. And so this is being looked at bigger than just Kitchener.
Correct.
Okay. One other thing too is I can't recall which delegation had mentioned that there's organizations that within the community that could give us this information, and I'm wondering, aren't we already working with these organizations in general in the community that will help us have this type of information for the carbon?
The information itself will need to be more of a technical process through the RFP, but in terms of impact, the partnership is absolutely essential because it does identify key action owners and stakeholders. So beyond the municipalities, that would be partnerships with the local utilities. And so working on these existing partnerships, which we have, community energy investment strategy, for example, we are moving forward on these initiatives.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, so I purposely worded it referring to the corporation's carbon inventory, because I realize that the community climate action plan has yet to be sort of presented to council, and it's at a relatively preliminary stage. So I thought that by looking at the corporation's carbon inventory and bringing the budget at the corporation level, it would give us an opportunity to try this out, right, and then grow it as we come to complete or advance the community climate action plan. And I would say that you've probably already got a lot of information for the corporation that could be folded into that climate budget. So that's the reason for this wording.
Ms. Bennett?
Through the Mayor, we have inventoried our footprint based on buildings, transportation, waste, outdoor lighting, fleet, and so we have great baseline data, but to attach carbon to specific items that come to budget would be an exercise where we would have to do that work for each item. Climate change is considered through the budget process, through specific indicators already, and we are working, so the Corporate Climate Action Plan, for example, already it has a program implementation section, that would be part 2 of the Corporate Climate Action Plan, and it talks about embedding climate change requests, such as energy modeling, into the decision-making framework. So it starts with the budget process, goes to procurement, goes to integrated plan and design, and then it goes to operations. So we're working currently on embedding that within, for example, the procurement process.
Councillor Chapman, you still have the floor?
Yeah, no, I had,
okay.
I had timed out, but I just timed back in. So do you see this climate budget as something that is workable in an issue paper without an end date of September 2019, or do you... What would your recommendation be, or how do you see such a thing being implemented? And this in the context of, yes, it's wonderful that we're declaring a climate emergency, but what a climate budget would do would give it sort of the ability to act. And it's not just about the actions, it's all about all of the components that have been mentioned here by community members. That's important.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, so I heard time and again from delegations that this is about accountability, that the first part of the motion is about establishing an intent, and this part is about demonstrating accountability for it. I would suggest to Council that you've already created a system of accountability around the Corporate Climate Action Plan. You've set an absolute target for greenhouse gas reduction. You've implemented or identified actions that will be taken over the time frame of the plan, and there's a measurement system in that plan to track our progress to achieve that goal. I think where the gap exists, if I understand correctly, is at the community-wide level, which I also understood from the delegations is the focus of the climate budget. It's not simply city operations, it's the community as a whole. And so again, I think the opportunity to address that gap is through the community plan, which is starting and underway right now. And that's work that we can and can commit to do and explore with our partners. Will it take the exact shape of the Oslo carbon budget? I'm not sure. But if the point here is to have a system of accountability around achieving the targets, I think we're all committed to achieving it together.
So what are you suggesting I do with this amendment? Are you saying that we don't need it? Is it, from what you're saying, you're suggesting that we don't need it, or do we change the corporation's carbon inventory to the community carbon inventory?
I think the greater gap, if I understand correctly right now, is at the community level, and that's part of the focus for the community plan that is out for a consultant right now. So I wouldn't wordsmith your motion, but I think this is really about creating a system of accountability for community level carbon reduction It may take the shape of this carbon budget, it may take a different shape, but to refer the exploration of that to the plan. My understanding is that all reform is part of the plan, but we can certainly take a closer look at this concept as a part of that.
So, and I
It's your
think,
issue paper.
well, I think what we heard was that what would be best is to refer it to that community-wide process, and Councillor Davey indicated he's prepared to move that referral so that it would come back to us then when staff have had the opportunity to dialogue with the community partners and develop that a meaningful response.
But is it not the case that the city itself would be doing its own inventory collection for the City of Kitchener, regardless of the fact that it's a regional project? Every municipality presumably would contribute its data through their own collection, right?
Ms. Bennett?
Through the chair, Kitchener will be included in this overall Climate Action Waterloo Region initiative. We internally as staff will not be completing that inventory. Through the RFP process, we will be hiring someone to do Waterloo Region as a whole. A suggestion is for us to look into piecing out what City of Kitchener would be specifically. Again, it's not going to be as clear-cut or objective as that because of car flow between cities, for example, but we can take the same methodology for the City of Kitchener through the Climate Action Waterloo Region process.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
I must admit I'm very confused. I'm not seeing the emperor's new suit. I would really like to know, what are we dealing with here tonight that we didn't deal with several meetings ago when we approved the climate change plan? I took that very seriously. I thought we were committing ourselves to some real action. Now, what are we doing tonight that we didn't do with that earlier resolution? Can somebody please, or is that?
So let me try to answer that for you, Councillor Gazzola. There was a notice of a motion that was brought forward to our council to deal with the notion of a climate emergency. This is a motion
at that time.
No, for us to deal with today.
Okay. Yeah.
And the notion of a climate emergency is something that has been coming to numerous municipal councils in Canada and elsewhere. And more recently, our federal government dealt with the issue of a climate emergency that all parties endorsed at the federal level as well. Councillor Chapman has brought forward an amendment that deals with the issue of a carbon budget, which is something that the groups that have been advocating for a climate emergency have also been looking for us to do as part of a way of being accountable for this notion of a climate emergency and the work that's going to be done. Some of that work, arguably in terms of the City of Kitchener, is already being done exactly by virtue of the report that we approved several weeks ago, as you pointed out. There's another piece that deals with the broader community that Ms. Bennett has indicated. We're now at a point where we're actually hiring someone to come and do the measurements, and the community partners, which includes all other 6 lower tier municipalities and the region, together with Sustainable Waterloo Region and REAP, is guiding the broader community goal of achieving these goals. And you're probably going to say that's clear as mud.
Yeah, I'm still not. I understand where Councillor Chapman came. I think you tried to bring that in at the time we were talking about climate change, and I thought staff were going to try to work it in. So I'm just trying to clear. I thought we had a pretty committed statement when staff came forward and said we're working. They didn't even have the complete action plan completed. They have to do more work on it, and we gave it our full approval, unanimous. What are we doing over and above that tonight? I'm all for it, but tell me what I'm doing here.
So tonight we're notionally considering a motion to emphasize the fact that this is an emergency. And with that, presumably, will come some courses of action.
Okay, we're emphasizing that it's an emergency.
Yes.
I can totally support that.
Okay. Councillor Singh.
No, I think, Mr. Mayor, you've done a really good job in summarizing where we're at.
I've tried.
Just wanted to make my comment, so either.
Go ahead.
So thank you. I think it's important to acknowledge that we're not starting from nothing. We have already initiated numerous actions, as it's been already kind of outlined already through our staff and earlier questions. It didn't take the need for a public declaration, though, of an environmental crisis. Our community and this council, through action, has already acknowledged that we can and we must do more to mitigate climate change. I think the actions that have been taken were not missed by those that are in this gallery, but I think it's important to signify them once more. We have made investments of streetlight conversion to LED, which has in tune of millions. Setting up of Sustainable Climate Action Reserve Fund. It commits tax dollars that will invest into ways that the city can reduce its carbon impact. Through the Corporate Climate Action Plan, a 8% target reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Greater use of biofuel by our fleet vehicles. Staff are underway of developing a cycling and trails master plan which will promote alternative modes of transportation. Endorsement by this Council of the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy that will encourage an increased urban tree canopy. I think we have already shown accountability that our community is committed to preserving our environment. But I think it does still bodes us well to reiterate that commitment through the support of the motion that Councillor Ioannidis has put forward. And I think I would support the direction by Councillor Davey to refer it to staff. I think more information is needed for the motion or the amendment that's been put by Councillor Chapman.
Okay, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I'm going to try and explain why I think what I think the importance of a carbon budget is. I've got in front of me what we passed at the last meeting, the Environmental Committee Work Plan. And yes, it gives great details, or it gives an overview of everything from the B City Kitchener Working Group and the work that's going to be done there, the urban forest strategy, the water management stewardship, all of the things that were just mentioned. But nowhere in this document does it tell us what the carbon emission targets are. So a climate budget, the way I understand it, would include basically three components. The emission targets, which we don't yet have. The second one is a timeline for their implementation of the measures that we propose. Let me just mention that the City of Oslo's climate budget has 42 measures that they proposed to reduce the carbon emissions in the city. And then the third component is the expected emissions reductions. So we talk about that these things will reduce the emissions, but we don't really know, we don't really have a way to measure in each component of what would be the climate budget, how much of a reduction we can actually expect. So that's the value and the virtue of the way I understand it, of having a carbon budget. It's not, I don't know, I'll leave it there and rethink this.
Okay, just to clarify, are you referencing the document that Ms. Bennett prepared and we considered a couple months ago, or are you referencing the Environmental Advisory Committee work plan? Yeah, okay. So just to be clear, that's very different than the Corporate Climate Action Plan, which was a very comprehensive document that Council approved about 3 months ago with very definite goals and objectives and timelines. So, sorry, let me turn you back on. Go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't detail each action is going to reduce emissions by a certain amount.
Ms. Bennett, can you clarify that?
Through the mayor, there are specific greenhouse gas reductions associated with each action item.
Okay. Councillor Marsh, you're next.
Just for final comments? I'm
Sorry?
ready
Yes.
to make comments?
Yep.
Okay. So, well, first of all, I just want to say that I hope this declaration will provide a signal not only to the people who are the converted right here in this room, but individuals throughout the community, employers, business owners, property owners, but also I really think it needs to send a signal to industry. We need to challenge our current way of doing business, to develop, as Mr. Reamer Watts mentioned so eloquently, to develop innovative solutions to the biggest contributors of the greenhouse gas emissions. If the corporation makes our carbon budget eventually, I think that's great, and I support that concept, but I will support the referral because I think that from what I'm understanding, we need to do the work in the community-wide way to make a bigger impact. If the corporation itself is representing less than 1%, then we don't need to do so much minutia detail for less outcome. So that being said, I think when we do have our ducks in a row, that it will be important for us to do that work here at the City of Kitchener as well. I think about David Suzuki. Back when I was a kid, I was inspired to become an environmental, involved in the environmental movement, and we know, though, that that movement didn't create a sense of urgency that is currently being felt around the world. And I think we've known all along, since, for many decades, that we're headed in this direction, but we've been paralyzed in a way that stops us from being able to move forward. And I didn't want to just have a climate change emergency declared with no action. But the truth is, as has been pointed out many times tonight, we are already acting here in the community. We need to do better. We need to do more. And I'm committed to doing that in an ongoing way. I'm really pleased to see the commitment around the horseshoe here among our colleagues to seeing deeper action. I just want to also thank all the 11 inspiring speakers and the members of the gallery for hanging out for hours on what are not the most comfortable chairs, I know. And for your very respectful way of agreeing with all of the speakers. And I want to thank our colleagues for bringing this forward and staff for the commitment to the work that they've already demonstrated.
Sorry, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I just want to voice my support for the motion as brought forward by Councillor Ioannidis, and also the amendment by Councillor Chapman. I think the key portion here that we should explore is the idea of a carbon budget. I do think there's value in exploring that, certainly. It definitely puts hard numbers against our actions going forward. For all of those of you that showed up today, I think what you really want to hear is that we get it. It's funny, when I was 21 years old, I was more frustrated by the inaction of politicians that left us with a legacy of debt, and then here we are today. Lucky us, people are concerned about our inactions could lead to a legacy of death, to be honest and frank. So we get it. I mean, that's the sort of seriousness we take it with. I think the emergency declaration is appropriate not because something's going to happen tomorrow, but because if we don't deal with it now, it will inevitably happen in the not too distant future. So we get it, and we've already made a whole bunch of changes, and we're going to make a whole bunch of changes going forward. And I thank everyone for coming in today.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. First of all, thank you again for coming in tonight and for all the great information you shared with us. I'm going to support this. I do have just a tiny issue with declaring an emergency. I would rather see it declared as a strong priority along with our
folks,
along with our opioid crisis and our affordable housing crisis that we also have to give strong attention and resources to. So I don't mean that to belittle it at all. I'm just saying that we have other very pressing and very important issues as affordable housing and the opioid crisis and the environment as well. So I am supporting this. I am with you on this. I just want you to be aware that we do have to focus attention and resources to other very important issues.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Verbanovich, and I do want to thank all the community members that are here in the audience and spending this night with us, even though it's probably raining outside, so this is probably the best place to be. And I do want to thank to Sophia and Kai for sitting down and getting to know each other and learning more about what they feel their needs are towards the community and towards the climate and everything else. And I really appreciated their perspective and seeing it as a holistically and to me that's important because we can't be just narrowly focused. We need to look at this holistically. So I really appreciate that. And so they encouraged me I wanted to put this forward because I didn't know where this was going to go among other members here, and this is something I've been looking at wanting to do and make an impact in our community with regards to the environment. But one of the things that the environment always is concerning to me is basically the business aspect to it, the economics, and I think that's something where I think as a whole we're going to be leading towards that with our economic strategy. So that's another thing. Besides all the other members, what they outlined, what we're doing towards the environment. So, I mean, we're going to be looking at several things, which is what I wanted to let the audience know. But more importantly, I think what we're doing here today is sending that signal. We're sending that signal that this is just not only just Kitchener, but I think this is a global issue, and we're sending a message to our community that we are taking this seriously. Obviously, this group here that is very vocal in what's happening in the environment and wasn't fully aware of what we're doing. So we're doing something not right by not broadcasting what we're doing. So I think that needs to be focused more. But in this day and age with the political environment that's out there globally and the dismayers and everything else, I think it's more important that we do take a stand and show that we are committed to this. And we want to follow along with the Paris Accord agreement and basically give that support to the higher levels of government to say, this is what we've heard from our residents. We heard from our residents. They care about the environment. In fact, we have a study called Environics who has shown that that's one of our biggest priorities. So we need to keep moving forward with this, and we need to stand up, and we need to let everyone know we're not going to sit around anymore. We want things to change. And the more and more I think about it, this is one of the few things that I think overall, when I worry about my kids, this is one of the things that makes me worry about is what I'm going to leave them with. And, if I'm worried about what I'm going to leave them with to live with, like a house or inheritance, well, that's means nothing if I don't give them a place to live and to breathe and breathe normal air. So everything else that I'm doing is just a waste of time. So this is the thing that's really, really keeps me up at night thinking about them, worrying about them. So I think this is why we need to do this and declare this state of emergency.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, just quickly, there's not much more that I can say that my colleagues haven't already said. I support moving forward with the declaration of emergency. I think it it's really important for us to continue to move forward with some of the commitments that we've already made through the Corporate Climate Action Plan and through the Community Climate Action Plan. But I did a lot of writing while all of you were talking, and there's a lot of inspirational messages and things that I can take away and learn from today. But I think we are on we're getting to be on the right track, but we do need to bring a lot of other people and the community along with us. Having 3 young children, it's of importance to me, just like Councillor Ioannidis and others around here that have young ones, that we make sure that there is a place for them to live moving forward. And so I think this is one of the most important things that we can do, not just the emergency declaration, but work towards the climate goals and the decrease of emissions and our corporate climate action plan and our community climate action plan.
Councillor Chapman, I'll let you have the last word. So I'll make my comments, and since the amendment is yours, I'll let you do that. Dealing with climate action in this region has been a real collaborative effort over a number of years by the municipalities and by some great community partners, and starting with Sustainable Waterloo Region, and I see its original founder, Mike Morrissey, here in the audience, as well as REAP, and we know that Mary Jane Patterson has been an incredible leader in this community, and she was here earlier today. I see around the room a whole group of people who I know have. She's still here. Oh, she's still here. Yeah. You moved. I also see around the room many people, including all of you who took the time to speak today, who have been passionate advocates and champions of these issues, not just in our community, but quite frankly, provincially, nationally, and beyond for some time. And for that, I truly appreciate all that. All the work that you have done and all the work that I know you're going to continue to do. I think as a community, we've been able to achieve a lot. Without a question, there's more to be done, but we've been able to achieve it because we have worked collaboratively together. It's one of the strengths in Waterloo Region. We've all heard, the analogy of barn raising and what's in the water in Waterloo Region and all those things. But I think when it comes to these big issues, it absolutely is true. I will also emphasize that, quite frankly, it's been cities that have been at the forefront of social change around environmental issues from the beginning. I mean, if we even go back to things like recycling and so on, it was really cities and grassroots citizens that helped drive that, and it was kids that ultimately helped bring adults along in terms of making the changes then. It's been cities that have driven this issue. It was cities and quite frankly the meeting of 1,000 mayors that Mayor Hidalgo hosted at COP21 that helped get those naysayer countries over the top in terms of getting them to agree to COP21. And quite frankly, it's been mayors like Mayor Peduto in Pittsburgh, Mayor Garcetti in Los Angeles, and others that when they've had a president that has been, pulling away from the Paris Accord, that have made sure and said at a grassroots level that citizens and their cities and their communities are going to continue to be at the forefront of this issue. I think it is important for us to support this motion with respect to a climate emergency, because it's part of the ongoing advocacy work that needs to happen, not just amongst politicians, because certainly we know we still need to do some work there with some of them. Fortunately, not in this region. But there's work to be done at other levels amongst some. But more importantly, there's work to be done amongst the broader community as well around this issue. And that kind of advocacy work is an important part of continuing to move this forward and giving it the attention, and not just the attention, but also the resources that are necessary to make things happen. I mean, it's part of the reason why we as a council set aside 70 million in our capital budget and went after 50 million in funding for climate adaptation and mitigation, and we're able to obtain that for our city going forward. On this issue of a carbon budget, I understand where Councillor Chapman is coming from, because I do think accountability is important in being able to measure things and keep ensuring that we move forward with the work that we're doing, both in terms of our corporate sustainability plan, but more importantly, the work that's going to need to be done with the broader community one. And however, in saying that, I recognize that's the concept is an important one. I also recognize that I'm far from being an expert on this issue at this point in time. I mean, I sat down with Kai and Katerina last week. We had a great meeting and conversation around both the climate emergency as well as the notion of a budget. But the reality is that I think, because we've been so successful in working collaboratively, we need to continue that if we're going to ultimately achieve what we need to achieve within this region. And not just be leaders in our region, but quite frankly, I think have the potential to be leaders both provincially and nationally, and maybe even globally as this issue continues to evolve. So I will support the notion of the referral, because I think that is the right course of action to take for the budget piece of this. It will come back, but it'll come back with some informed work that's done not only by us, but with our community partners that include both the other municipalities as well as REAP and Sustainable Waterloo Region. So with that, Councillor Chapman.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank everybody who came here tonight, and for those that I consulted with leading up to this meeting tonight. I'm impressed at the knowledge and the information that all of you have, and your understanding much better than mine of these climate issues, and certainly I feel I have difficulty doing justice to the climate the carbon budget proposal that I've brought forward. I just want to say a few things. First of all, this is directed to staff, that I'm sure as you're aware, the UN Climate Change Secretariat, according to the Secretariat, the City of Oslo introduced their climate budget, which was designed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2022. And the initiative came up with, as I mentioned earlier, 42 measures which were planned across the energy and built environment, resources, and transportation sectors of the city corporation itself. This included such things that go beyond the corporation, but such things as eliminating cars from the downtown area, phasing out and heating, and a concerted effort to grow bike infrastructure. And I want to acknowledge that the City of Kitchener, I realize, has plans and is doing things to such things as to improve the city's tree canopy, or preserve what we've got at least, purchasing more electric fleet vehicles, running a segregated bike lane pilot project, and the other initiatives that have already been started. A detailed plan of action would allow us to determine further actions and give us the tools to measure our successes through the implementation of a carbon budget. Like a financial budget, a carbon budget would allocate a fair amount of emissions to each department. So any department of the city, if we're talking about the corporate climate budget, they would be allocated across the different departments. This would encourage city officials to pay greater attention to the climate impact cost of decisions as they are made. So whether it's a development project or whatever it might be, or whether it's a community, something that falls under the community department or whatever, every action and every decision would be taken to consideration the climate budget impact or the emissions reductions that might or might not be come along with that. It would allow us to make better informed decisions and to hold accountability to every decision that we make as we move toward our 2050 goals. That being said, I'll retract my amendment because I'm afraid it will fail, which would not allow me to bring it back to the table at a later date. And I trust that through close consultation with the different climate advocacy groups that are here today and those that may not have spoken up and those that have spoken up, that we will bring this carbon budget back to the table. So that's all I'll say.
So just to clarify for you, in case you may not want to do that, by it being referred, it's simply referring the issue to staff so that staff can actually report back so that when it does come back, council has the necessary information to make a meaningful decision. So I'm just trying to help you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
By taking it off the board, then staff won't necessarily do any specific work with respect to a climate budget. So it's better to leave your motion considered.
Okay, I was just afraid that it was going to then...
No, that doesn't kill it. That keeps it alive.
Okay. Then I'll leave it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. So we're all clear. We're good to go. I will deal with the referral motion first. And to be clear, I think all that we're referring is the last paragraph. I think the whereas paragraphs can stay where they are. And so we're just referring the last paragraph. Everybody clear? Yep, we can have a recorded. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, though, my understanding of that clause as it's worded is that it's limited to the 1% being the city's corporate contribution to the total. Our suggestion was, and I believe from the words of the delegations, that they're interested in understanding the community impact, which is the focus of which includes the city, but goes far beyond it. And so if that's the intention, then I believe we should either substitute the word community or include the word community to make that clear.
That's probably good advice. So, yep, we'll add the word community. And then it should be changed down here at the bottom as well of the community's climate action plan. No, because we'll be covered, because we're covered off under community. Because the community can't happen, the community's one can't happen without us. Okay? Are we good? So the bottom one is cities is changing to communities as well. Okay, so a recorded vote has been called on the referral. Oh, thank you. Actually, it was seconded, but the seconder. No, it hasn't been seconded. Seconder for Councillor Davies' referral. Councillor Singh, thank you. Okay, so vote now, please. And that's, yep, and that's carried unanimously. Okay, so now we will, so that's been referred. So now I'm going to go to the amendments that Councillor Chapman moved and Councillor Marsh seconded, and that was basically the two whereas paragraphs as well as some grammar corrections. Can we put those back up on the screen, please? Yeah. There we go. And a recorded vote for this. The amendments are we're adding these two whereas paragraphs that are at the top. Well, they do still link to the piece that's referred. This bottom paragraph is referred. Okay? And there was one other one, I think, higher up on the sheet or something. That's fine. It was just wordsmithing. Yeah. Okay? So with that, we can ask people to vote. And that's carried unanimously. And now the main motion as, with respect to the climate emergency, as amended. Still two. Councillor Chapman. Thank you. And that too is carried unanimously. Okay, folks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your participation and patience this evening. We appreciate your presence today. We'll take a 2-minute break. With everyone's indulgence, we can do that. Services, Councillor Davey. Oops, come on, there we go.
Thank you. Are we doing, so we had the 2 different days, are we just doing?
Sorry?
Are you going in order? Because we did the June 10th session, the June 17th session.
Yeah, deal with June
10th first?
10th first, please.
Okay, so it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the 8 items from Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted, and I would ask that we pull out item number 3 to vote on separately.
Okay, and Councillor Gazzola, on one of these?
Yeah, I wanted you to point out pull out 3 separately. And I also, just for the sake of it, I was hoping we'd take a recorded vote on the development charges bylaw, because I just think it's a big issue and should have a recorded vote.
He's asked that we deal with number 4 separately with and a recorded vote. Okay, so folks, I will say it is sometimes hard to hear, and we're going to need to do a little look on the sound system, but if everyone can just speak extra loud and make sure the mic is near you. So item number 3, Councillor Gazzola, did you want to just vote on it separately? Like you didn't? Yeah. Yeah, okay. You're not looking to speak to it. Okay. So I will deal with number 3 first then, on participatory. Oh, okay, you're speaking to it. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Davey.
Right,
sorry.
So I just wanted to comment on this. I have given it a second thought, and unfortunately for those that are in favor of it, I have not changed my mind. To be frank, the email that we received from Mr. Haggie providing further detail cemented my fears that although participatory budgeting, I'm sure, has applications in some areas, I guess my point is, if this was a pilot to prove whether it was effective, I would say that it has not. The original budget of $100,000 per park, with, from Mr. Haggie's information, a $12,000 implementation cost, ballooned into an average of $175,000 per park, with a $124,000 implementation cost, realizing that his notes did say, in fairness, that those numbers would come down over time. The reality is, even if they came down significantly, this is a situation where we could have had easily 3 parks for the 2 that we were built. Would they have been as perfect? No, but in my experience as a sitting councillor, what I hear is not necessarily the quality of parks is an issue, but the number of how long it takes to replace them. The number of parks is much more important. So, unfortunately, I would label this participatory budgeting pilot as not successful, and I will not be able to support it.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, okay, I wasn't going to, in the sake of moving things along, I wasn't going to speak, but I would like to speak. When that came before committee 2 weeks ago, I did support it. I wanted to try to compromise on these things, but looking into it, and again, the email that we did receive showing the additional costs that are involved, I really don't feel that it is worth it. What it was, or what it is an attempt for more public engagement. And I think we do have a considerable amount of public engagement now. We can always improve upon it, but I don't think it's worth the costs that we've seen from these 2 pilot projects. And I'm concerned that once it does get referred to budget as a budget paper, our staff are, and I'm not blaming them, they're very accommodating and do tend to find dollars here and there, so that once it's referred to there, it's almost a fait accompli. So at this point, I can see the purpose of it. We tried it. I think the costing is prohibitive of it. I don't think for the extra costs involved that our public engagement process is improved that much. So I also will not be supporting it, and I would ask that we have a recorded vote on it.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I will be supporting the participatory budgeting clause here. I think that effectiveness goes beyond cost, and I think one of the things that was behind my running in 2010 was my concern with the way that we conducted community engagement, and I felt at that time that so much of what moved forward was already predetermined by not community members. I won't say by whom I thought at the time, but regardless. So I will support this. I don't think, I question whether, one of my big concerns with not doing this sort of project, and I think it came out in the report that we received, is that the suggestions that residents came up with were different to what staff would have proposed if they were doing the park renovation themselves. So right there shows a very important how valuable doing participatory budgeting is, because it does actually enhance the public engagement process, and in turn enhances the democratic process. One of the questions I have is, could the city, in these budgeting amounts that were given here, does it include the consultation fee of $20,000?
Who can answer
that?
That
we paid to the university. I
Lockenbach.
understand the university paid.
Through the chair, so the $20,000 is not included in that cost. So this is what was circulated was just the internal staff costs associated with the engagement related to those two parks.
Okay. Anyway, so I still see there's great value in participatory budgeting. I'd like to see the whole program grow. I realize it's a pilot project, but I think it's something that's worth furthering.
Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. I'm disappointed to hear that there are going to be some councillors who will not support participatory budgeting going forward. I just want to remind our colleagues of a couple points. As the delegate pointed out, the parks, and as our colleague Councillor Chapman pointed out, the parks were significantly different from how they would have looked. Tonight's level of engagement was an anomaly. Tonight we had the council chambers full, and it was the exception, not the norm. In Chandler Mowat and in Cedar Hill, we have planted a seed of hope that the city is listening when we design parks, and who knows what that seed of hope will turn into when we see more and more people engaged in city processes going forward. Rather than the usual suspects, we need to see more and more people from diverse backgrounds, from all different parts of our community, to feel like they have a voice, they are heard. I have a park in my. I agree with Councillor Davey. We have so many parks that need to be rejuvenated. I have a park in my neighborhood, in one of my neighborhoods that I represent, and they're not going to get all of the things that were originally planned because the budget was off. And that's all this was. This was a case of the budget was off. The park staff gave the people a menu of choices and assumed that the total would become what it should be, about $100,000, and it ended up being more. And the difference between that process and this one is, and what we normally do, is that the participatory budgeting people, we were committed to that laundry list of items, so we had to do it even if it was over budget. Whereas in the normal process, we have to just stick within budget and take things off that list. A very small tweak to the participatory budgeting process would allow more flexibility going forward. If we see that the laundry list is too long and in the end the budget we're going to go over budget, we can just make sure that the process includes an out for staff to say, well, these were the top 3 things, and so this is what we can afford this time, but we'll put on hold for next round the things that we couldn't afford this time. We didn't do that this time. It was a pilot project. Pilot projects cost a lot of money. It tends to be that they cost more. then they will, when we iron out the details. It's ridiculous to throw the baby out with the bathwater when we saw so many positive results coming out of this little pilot.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, I was just going to use the analogy of don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So thank you, Councillor Marsh. I would agree that this year was a pilot project. It was the first time that this was tried. I don't think that you try something once and say, you know, it went over budget, so we can't ever possibly do it again. I think it needs some tweaks. I think that with that we learned a lot this year, and that I think that we made some suggestions around ways that we could look at saving money, some different efficiencies. I suggested maybe instead of higher paid staff, we could look at using co-op students, etc. I think there's some ways that we can look at saving money here. I would certainly suggest that we try it at least again for another year. Because it's so very important that we hear the voices of the people in the community that are going to be using these services. So I think it's the cost does matter, don't get me wrong, but I think that it's really important that we make sure that we're hearing the right voices at the table.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you. You know what, the way I see it is that trudging a new path is always difficult and it's always more costly. And I think, as Councillor Marsh has already said, it was a pilot project, and so it would approach a way of doing things that we've never done before. And that included a partnership with the University of Waterloo and, of course, had added cost to it as well. But at the same time, both Councillor Davey and Councillor Gazzola are both absolutely right. With these increased costs, it would mean that we could build more parks in additional areas. But the thing is, if we just do what we think is right for a neighborhood, that black and white way of doing things doesn't always translate to the real world benefit that we want to drive into a community. We have to listen and communicate with the residents, and that's a difficult process at times. And in this case, it has an added cost to it, but that's necessary because, honestly, quantity it does not supersede quality. Our residents were able to communicate what they really sought for their recreational space through the two pilot projects. And I can attest, the residents that came out to the public input sessions were persons that probably would have never really engaged in any other way. If this was happening in Elmsdale on its own, they would have never really communicated themselves, directing their input to staff. But this way, we made it easier and better and more effective to hear exactly what they wanted, and they got what they wanted. And I think that's good community building.
Councillor Hernandez.
Before I make my comment, I just want a bit of clarification. So, are we looking at participatory budgeting for the next term? I mean, for the next budget year?
Well, there's a recommendation in front of us that came out of committee, and that's that that staffing and funding requirements for a permanent participatory budgeting solution be brought back to council through the 2020 budgeting process. So this is simply direction to bring it back with a plan as part of the budget process.
Okay, but it's not a plan to establish permanent.
It is a plan that will look at a permanent participatory budgeting solution.
Well, if that's the
but
case,
there could be
if that's the case,
various ways that can happen.
If that's the case, I can't support that. And the reason why I can't support this is when this first came up, it was a complete fail where it happened in Hamilton the first time with participatory budgeting. And I was very skeptic back then, but I'm all believing with doing pilots and seeing how pilots operate. And it didn't achieve the goals that I think everyone here was hoping for. And sure, we can engage with residents on a million things if we throw money at it, like in any issue. It doesn't have to be parks. It doesn't have to be anything. If you tell people we're gonna, what they need, and you give them money, of course they're gonna participate. So I don't know if going above budget is the way that we want to run the municipality and just to get people engaged. I'm sorry, that's not where I want to move forward with, because to me, I'd rather have 3 more parks in my community, in my ward, than have one park that everyone talked about. So, anyways, I can't support it. If that's for permanent, I'm not going to support it. I mean, I would be willing to support one more time, but again, I have caution, because just because it's a pilot doesn't mean you can just throw money around and waste it. Like it makes no sense to me. If the numbers don't work, they don't work.
Okay, those appear to be all the comments. I'll make mine. There seems to be, I don't know, there aren't any TV cameras here right now other than the webcasting, I guess, and yet we seem to be playing to the TV cameras a little bit, I'm feeling. We undertook a pilot study on participatory budgeting, and we learned things through that process. We learned the things that went well, and we learned the things that perhaps didn't go so well. Part of what we learned was maybe we were also setting the wrong budget amount in terms of what should be part of this as we go forward. I don't believe that you can look at something like this, particularly something that has been tried and in fact is working in many municipalities in different jurisdictions, just based on trying 2 parks projects and thinking, and either declaring this an utter failure or an utter success, quite frankly. I think we need to do more work. I think we need to look at how we can marry it with some of the other work that's participatory in nature that we're already doing, such as some of our Love My Hood grants and initiatives through there. And is there some matching up and pairing that can be done that can make it more efficient, as opposed to having them as 2 totally separate initiatives. And so I will be supporting it, and I think just like Love My Hood, where quite frankly we gave it 3 years to pilot different things. I think staff have to have the opportunity to do that with this, and ultimately all this is doing is bringing a report back to the 2020 budget process that will allow us to make further decisions. So a recorded vote has been called. Those in favor? Those opposed? And the motion carries. Been asked to deal with number 4 separately as well. So call the vote, recorded vote. And that's carried unanimously. The balance of the report, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Davey, the second part from the June 17th meeting.
Thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the 3 items from Finance and Corporate Services Committee be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I would like item number 3 pulled out and dealt with separately. I'll make a quick comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it deals with the Truth and Reconciliation Call to Action Plan, and the first part of the recommendation deals with an acknowledgement that we're being asked to make at council meetings and other types of municipal meetings and I have no problem with that. I'm fully aware, I shouldn't say I'm fully aware, I'm learning more every day about this issue. And so, but I can support that. But the second part of it deals with a staff training program for our staff and council, which will ultimately cost us between $250,000 and $350,000 when you take into account the time off that staff will require. I realize it's something that we need to become more educated in and how we deal with Indigenous people. I have sat for 2 suppers now around the supper table and listened to my grandchildren to see how knowledgeable they are about this issue. It is an important issue, and as an important issue, as a citizen of this country, of this community, we need to learn more about it ourselves. We have that responsibility, I think, and we really shouldn't have to rely on the taxpayers spending that kind of money to train us. I'm prepared to learn more, to take part in activities that will teach me more about this, but I'm not prepared to support that kind of spending from our community. So again, I'd ask for a recorded vote to separate the two pieces and have a.
Okay, I'll deal with number 3 first then, and I'll deal with the first 2 paragraphs. Recorded vote. So number 3 on Truth and Reconciliation, the first 2 paragraphs only. Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Ioannidis, you need to vote. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying to jump the gun. And that's carried unanimously. Paragraph 3, the part on the training. I'm waiting. Those in favor? Those opposed? That's carried. Mr. Bunn, is there a correction to item number 1 on this report? I believe there was some wording around community centers or something. Councillor Davey, do you have the wording in red on your version? Can you share that with us?
I can. It's the only red text I have. Okay, good. That the Mill Courtland Community Centre be included in the strategic actions in the 2019-2022 strategic plan with work commencing in 2020, and that the Rosenberg Community Centre be included in the strategic actions in the 2019 to 2022 strategic plan with work commencing in 2021.
Okay, so as we deal with the balance of the report, that's the revised wording that we're dealing with. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll now move on to the remainder of planning and strategic initiatives. Councillor Marsh.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that items 1 and 2 of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee be adopted, as we've dealt with 3 and 4.
Councillor Schneider.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to the second item on there.
Okay.
With the council representation on the affordable housing strategy. I have it prepared for the clerk. Yes, I feel very strongly that in order to get things moving with affordable housing, that we need the development industry on side and partnering up with us. And while I feel that the councillors selected out of the 4 are great representatives, that Councillor Singh has a development background, and I think it'll add greatly to moving the development industry in moving things forward with affordable housing. So I would like to move that we increase our committee from 3 to 4 members from council, and Councillor Paul Singh, who was nominated to be on this committee, be added to it. and join Councillors Chapman, Michaud, and Schneider. And if it's needed that only 3 of us could attend any one meeting, then I'm fine with that as well.
Okay, so is there a seconder for that? Councillor Johnson. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The motion as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The balance of the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Community and Infrastructure Services, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that the report of Community Infrastructure Services be adopted, and we have to deal with number 4 separately as the Edwin Street was deferred to this council meeting.
Councillor Marsh.
Yes, I have spoken with 2 residents who are affected by that sidewalk infill, including the gentleman who was here at committee, and staff have done a terrific job of making sure that their concerns are resolved, and so we are comfortable to proceed as staff was recommending.
Okay. So, I'll still deal with number 4 separate, but Councillor Singh?
Just wanted to have number 6 separately, and I wanted to move that motion when ready.
Okay. So I will deal with number 6 first then.
I also had a question of staff.
On that one?
Yes, number 6.
Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for number 6, we had a good opportunity to get feedback from the community, as was directed from staff, of positive comments received of the benefits of the asphalting and winter maintenance of the trails as the pilot project. There were some small linkages that were missing, and I wanted to see staff if they had received any comments related to the connection from the Ehrenbrook Park to the Lions Park, which connects to the Country Hills Community Center.
Ms. McGoldrick?
Yeah, so through the chair, that was a point of feedback around the discontinuity in terms of the trail continuing to the community center as a point of destination for residents within the area. And so while the focus of the survey was around travel to and from school, there certainly was feedback in terms of the desire to continue on with being able to have year-round maintenance to the community center.
Okay, so even though the motion as it's being referred to council outlines it to be part of a larger comprehensive review as part of the cycling and master plan, and it would require future works to it, there is a commitment to continuation of the winter maintenance of the trails that were asphalted. This small linkage would greatly benefit the community in the interim, irrespective of what happens in a larger holistic approach of asphalting and winter maintenance of strategic trails. So I had a amendment which I can read out and give it to the clerk, that staff be directed to explore through either the existing capital budget or either through the 2020 budget process avenue to address the missing link for asphalted and winter maintained trail connecting to the Country Hills Community Center, leading from the existing winter maintained trail from Ehrenbrook Park to the Lions Park. And to the benefit of council, I know that staff, it'd be tough for you to really pinpoint that linkage length. I just did a quick Google search, which was a straight line, which came to about 350 or so meters. Would you be able to comment, say that's probably close to, but and if staff would, at later point, if this is adopted as part of their report or whatever, would outline what that cost is based on that length. Is that correct?
Ms. McGoldrick?
Yes, so through the mayor, that is correct. We would confirm that length and then apply both the capital and ongoing operating cost estimates to that length.
Okay. I'll just give it to the clerk. If I can quickly make a comment.
Go ahead.
I see this as some may look at it as an added cost to something that's already been being committed to that community, but I think it's outside of just the benefit. We are really making a strong commitment to, through the pilot project, a way of providing linkages to elementary schools as an alternative transportation mode for parents and of course, additional recreational activity and outdoor recreational activity in the wintertime as well. So it's an important piece of work that's being referred as part of the cycling master plan. But as I said earlier, this small linkage will go a long way to benefit the community that has already had this added service, and it would be unfortunate if they have to continue to wait for the pilot, for the master plan of whatever recommendations come from it. So I would implore the council to support the amendment.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I have significant concerns with this. There is more than one way to get to the community center, and I think walking has the ability. I think you're lucky to have this pilot project in your ward, and the Glencairn community is lucky to have it, and we're already spending ample amount of money. I'd like to see asphalted trails around the schools in my area as well, but I'm not going to go ahead and ask for more than what I think is appropriate. We're doing this for the school, not for the community center, and so I think it's got to come through the plan just like everything else, the cycling and trails master plan, and so I will not be supporting this amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Singh, you've moved the amendment. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ioannidis? Okay, all those in favor? Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Can staff give I didn't catch if there's a budget attached to this? Like, what would be an estimated budget?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, I wasn't aware that the motion was coming forward, so I didn't crunch those numbers in advance of council tonight. If you give me a few moments, I can look to see at the ballpark estimate.
That's all right. I would just move to defer this because I don't want to say no to the idea. I don't know how urgent it is compared to other portions of the trail. I'm just moving deferral because I don't think it's the right time to make this decision without staff input about the ramifications budget-wise, but also in terms of the whole trail network overall.
Okay, when are you moving referral until?
Sorry, I don't know what would be, Ms. McGoldrick, I don't know if there's a recommended time frame for when we would bring this back. When are we bringing back the first draft of the Cycling and Trails Master Plan? Is not till much later.
Yeah, so through the chair, the Cycling and Trails Master Plan will be brought back to council in spring of 2020.
So, okay. So perhaps then for the 2020 budget cycle or for the Cycling and Trails Master Plan, I'll leave it to Councillor Singh.
Councillor Singh?
I do appreciate where you're going, and maybe I should be more clear, but the amendment states directed to explore as part of the budget process. So that was really what my initiative was, that staff would, as part of the budget process, articulate at that point what the costs are. It doesn't outright direct them to go out there and start asphalting on an immediate. So it would be to get more information. Absolutely, I am very lucky that this pilot project was endeavored in the Ehrenbrook neighborhood, as we are all lucky at opportunities when there are investments made in our community. And I think never would I have ever challenged anyone that would want to make sure that whatever is brought as a benefit to a community has some, finessing or polishing of, and I see this as a polishing of a good community project of a missing link. And I'm at this point, I'm only asking council to support staff to be able to outline what that cost is, and as part of the budget process, and then we can have that larger discussion.
Okay, before we continue and before the real world clock hits 11, moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Marsh. I need unanimous? Unanimous, right? Or two-thirds? Unanimous? Two-thirds. Okay, to go past 11. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, I don't see an issue with what's being asked here. It's just asked to explore. I can support that. In fact, I want to make sure staff remembers, because they're all new management team, that Driftwood Park was supposed to be one of the other options as well. So for the trails, so that's why I want to make sure I put a plug in for that one, because it was a fight between me and Councillor Singh on where it would go, and so I want staff to remember that.
So just to be clear, Councillor Singh, are you saying that your motion now is either through the so your motion now is that staff be directed to explore through the 2020 budget process?
Yeah. So
you're getting rid of words through either the existing capital budget?
So as it's written.
Sorry, go ahead.
So as it's written through the existing capital budget, and the meaning was that through the provision of the 2020 existing capital budget, or either separately through a capital project. So, and I had referred this to Denise, and she understood it as such as well.
I think just for clarity, it would just be easier if you just said through the 2020 budget process.
It can be crossed and say through the 2020 budget.
That makes it very clear. That's fine. So in essence, you're asking for an issue paper in the budget process. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I don't really understand why this is here. You're just asking for some information. Can a councillor not ask that of staff? By putting it here, you're passing a resolution, and you're somewhat doing a little bit of chiseling into the stone. So you're just interested in what it's going to cost? Can you not ask staff at their convenience to provide you with some estimate, and then at a later date when we're dealing with capital forecast, then if it's of such high importance, bring it forward at that time.
Well, and I'm sure staff will share with us that estimate once they've had an opportunity to look at the distance, and then they'll bring it back as part of the budget process. Okay? Councillor Davey.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to speak, but I guess my concern is this. Like, I totally respect Councillor Singh fighting for his ward. That's what you're supposed to do. But we live in a world of expectations. The moment that this becomes an issue paper coming towards the budget process is the moment that everyone in this community finds out that they need to contact council to support it, and that puts us in an awkward position. And I guess my concern is, at what point do because to be frank, if it was any member of council, I've got dozens of situations like this that I would like to bring forward to council to resolve, but we realize it's not practical. The only practical way to do it is to let staff identify the areas of most need. So as much as I want to support this, I won't be able to.
Okay, so Councillor Marsh, you've deferred it, right? Okay, can you click in? Go ahead.
I can withdraw my motion to defer because it was in the same intent. Yeah.
Okay, so the motion is as it's before us. All those in favor? Okay, sure. All those in favor? All those opposed? And the motion doesn't carry. I'm now back to number 6 as the balance of number 6. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 4. So, Councillor Marsh, you said that can proceed as is? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The balance of the report. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gazzola? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Heritage Kitchener, Councillor Gazzola, if you can click in again, please.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman. There are two items on here. The first one deals with a demolition permit and an addition at a property that's in the Civic Center Heritage District. It was approved by the committee with the subject to the final building print drawings being reviewed by, and heritage clearance provided by heritage planning staff prior to the issuing of a building permit. The second item deals with the 2019 Kitchener's Great Places, which is the Mike and Pat Wagner Heritage Awards, and it lists 4 awards that have been, different properties have been reviewed, and these are the 4 property winners for this period. In the category of preservation/restoration, there's property at 110 Water Street South, and also a property at 920 Orr Court, like in Bobby Orr. And the second part of it is in the category of rehabilitation/adaptive reuse. The 2 award winners are at 300 Joseph Shirk Crescent and 195 Joseph Street.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved and is there a seconder? Sorry,
yes, I mentioned
Chapman. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Davey, I think you're bringing forward the audit committee report.
Yeah, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Johnston that the 3 items from the audit committee be adopted.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll now move on to unfinished business, new business. We'll start with Councillor Davey.
Yes, I don't think I need to read out the motion. It's pretty self-explanatory. I just add a bit of context in that I hope staff looks at it sort of broadly in terms of, like, for example, I don't know why community association boards couldn't have free access to, say, Kiwanis Park all year long or something along those lines to recognize, and even maybe perhaps involve maybe the center and the square, see if there's any opportunity for unsold inventory to be distributed. They're just examples. They don't necessarily have to follow up on these exact ones, but just think just think broadly. Any way that we can support the volunteers we have in the community saves our taxpayers a whole bunch of money, and we need to appreciate them.
Okay, any questions, discussion? Councillor Marsh? Sorry, is there a seconder? Councillor Ioannidis? Councillor Marsh?
I'll just have a comment at the time.
Go ahead.
I just want to, I support this motion. I do, though, recognize that staff are already doing quite a lot of volunteer recognition efforts throughout the year, and so this, I don't think, is in any way intended to diminish what staff are already doing. It's just a matter of recognizing, I think, that, you know, we had so many terrific neighborhood association representatives, especially the one who came at a recent meeting, who's getting really very little thanks and perhaps some acknowledgement from staff. But if we can go beyond to make a little bit of incentive, I agree wholeheartedly that we can add to what we're already doing.
Okay. Councillor Davey?
Sorry, in just 30 seconds, yes, that is not my intention at all. I know staff does a lot of work to acknowledge them, but we did hear earlier on that there's a bit of an issue with attracting and retaining our volunteers, and the list is dwindling, especially those that want to commit longer term as opposed to sort of a gig by gig. So I think this is a way that we can probably maybe help stem that bleeding.
Any other comments? Just very quickly, I mean, I'm happy to support us looking at this. I do think, though, that there's a lot of other volunteers at the city beyond neighborhood association folks. And right now, this motion is only looking at that. And I also know there is a review going on right now of actually recognition already. Is there not, I believe? Can somebody know? Because somebody talked to me about this recently. So that's why I'm thinking there's a review. Can somebody help me? Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to overstate the fact by calling it a review. I think staff are looking at all of the different formal award programs we have, whether it's Mayor City Builder or Youth Awards, and trying to figure out whether there's a better way to do that.
Sorry, Sorry, I mixed the two up. Thank you. Okay, so with that, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We've dealt with climate emergency. Councillor Singh, leisure access.
Yeah, thank you. And for the interest of time and the lateness and the fact that no one's probably watching TV right now of us, I'll just read the therefore statement. Therefore, be it finally resolved that staff be directed to prepare an issue paper for the 2020 budget process to explore options to expand the LAC program to cover fees for programs run by neighbor associations. And if I can just, for a quick moment, speak to this. I don't want to speak for anyone else around this horseshoe, but I can honestly say for myself, for the longest time, I thought that the LAC program did cover the neighbor association programs. And if it was only recently with the newly formed North 6, as they endeavor to provide more programming and they're struggling to have participation from the residents there, even though that the costs are so minimal, and they're surprised. And when they told me, you know what, it's because even the smallest amount is sometimes a hurdle for a lot of the families in some neighborhoods. And I was surprised, and I thought, well, wait, there's a LSC program. No, it doesn't cover us. And I think that is a shortfall. I think this is something that we need to explore. Yes, there will be an added cost to it. There's a cost for a lot of things, but this is something that we need to make sure that we allow for opportunity for inclusions of everyone, regardless of their financial capabilities. I think this is worthy of us looking at it.
So I can't move an amendment to this because I'm in the chair. So I don't know if somebody else is willing to, or I guess I'd have to pass the chair over. But I think if we're going to look at this, we also need to include our minor sport groups because, quite frankly, they're part of this programming too. Not just the work that our neighborhood associations are doing. And in looking at that, I think staff are going to also need to look at the fact that some of the neighborhood associations already have their own program in place that they're funding to subsidize people, and some of the minor sports groups have their own program in place to fund those who need supports. And so I think that needs to be factored in because I also am guessing that, we just need to come up with a way that's going to be fair to those that are already funding it, recognizing that not all of them are funding it, but also making sure that, we're not using taxpayers' subsidy dollars to put more profits into the neighborhood associations that are already successful, as an example. So, I think all of that's going to have to be part of the review that staff look at. But as I say, I think if we're going to do this, we should be looking at sports groups as well. Councillor Singh.
Just to your point, I agree. That's something that I had in consideration of my initial motion that I had provided staff, but it was staff's recommendation that they have a allowance for greater flexibility as part of the budget and seeing what the total cost implication could be and how that program would look like. And this gives them that berth to explore it more holistically rather than just specifying who's included and who's not. I think it just gives them a wider range of options.
So you're adding sports groups?
Sure, I can add sports groups to it, yeah.
It just saves having to try to deal with an amendment. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, that's great. I was going to maybe move. I was going to move the amendment, but I'm glad that Councillor Singh is.
It's in
just
the
adding.
original motion now. So.
Yep, that's fine. I also just. I think in that report, though, we have to be aware that there are some minor sports groups whose coffers are really quite enriched, right? And we have the Jumpstart program that I don't know to what degree people in need are accessing. So hopefully the report can also take into consideration those other avenues for inclusion.
Councillor Davey and then Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, so I'm specifically not asking staff what the potential cost of this will be. I know it's going to be formed later. I'm going to support this, but I am deeply concerned about the financial implications of this. I mean, I know some groups, like I know Kitchener Minor Hockey, for example, covers a lot of kids, but if we implement a program at some point in the future, their work may drop off and may be on the taxpayers to pick up. And I won't lie, the hockey's like $600 all by itself for one child. In a perfect world, can we fund all this? Yes. All I'm saying is just be prepared for some sticker shock come budget time.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm just wondering, so this is being referred to budget, just the scope of the work that has to be done and whether or not it's appropriate to come at budget or through the business planning process, because it seems like it could be a lot of work now that we're adding all sports groups and.
Mr. Mayor.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the reality is that if council doesn't increase the individual limit for LAC users, the challenge that this creates is it actually makes it much more attractive for existing users to use their full amount. And so that's where the financial risk will lie. That now, if you recall, through the last budget process, vast majority of LAC users do not use their full, I forget the number, allocation. If they can now apply that to sports groups and neighborhood associations, that number will skyrocket. There's absolutely no way for us to anticipate how many people are going to start to use that program. I can tell you that it is easily in the six figures, multiples of six figures based on some early numbers that I've received only for the neighborhood associations. So there's not a lot of analysis we can do in a staff report. It's really a budget question.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. You know what? In light of that, I would suggest then that we just deal with the original motion that Councillor Singh suggested without the sports group piece. I would feel more comfortable with that than adding in the sports, because I think that's going to become very expensive. Not that I don't support it, I just would support it separately.
Councillor Singh. No, do we? Okay. So the motion right now includes them both? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I thought Councillor Ioannidis seconded it. Okay, sorry. No. Okay, so we'll deal with them separately. Sports group separately and neighborhood association. No, he included in his motion, and Councillor Johnson has asked that we deal with the two separately. I think that's fine. Yep. Think of it A. Yes. So. Right. So I'll deal with A first. All those in favor? So A is neighborhood associations. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. B is sports groups. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that doesn't carry. Okay. We will now move on to the regional council update and just hold on one sec. Thought you might find it interesting. Yes. That comes through committee of the whole. So just so that folks know, we had the launch of the ION, as everyone knows. Thank you everyone for being out for it on Friday. We've had approximately 70,000 people through it over the 3 days. I think the first day was 23,000 and 28 or something on Saturday, and anyways, about 70,000 over the 3 days, which has been pretty tremendous. One minor little fender bender, which was repaired and buffed out within about 4 hours after it happened, and many people that used it to get downtown and so on for the Multicultural Festival and just riding it back and forth. I think one of the best stories I heard was actually a couple from the Laurentian neighborhood that said to me they were at the Multicultural Festival that they were opposed to the LRT in the beginning, that they ended up riding it from Fairview up to Conestoga and then over to the Multicultural Festival. Hadn't been to the festival in years, loved the festival, loved the LRT, and they were now officially sold on it, and it was a good decision. So, and there were lots of stories like that over the course of the weekend, which were very encouraging. Councillor Gazzola.
No, I'm ready for the tenders. I'm just lining up for tenders.
Okay, thank you. So that's it for regional update. Questions and answers? No. We will move on to first reading of the bylaws. And Madam Clerk, are there any additional bylaws? No. So it's been moved by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, seconded by Councillor Davey, that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and that the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to the committee of the whole. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Chapman that council resolve itself into committee of the whole. All in favour? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Chapman, if you can key yourself in.
I'll move the bylaws for second reading. Thank you. All those in favor? Okay. The tenders, a mover for the tenders?
I'll move the tenders.
All those in favors?
No, wait, no, I'll move the tenders.
You have a question about the
I
tender?
have a number of questions, though, yeah.
Okay, so go ahead with your question.
No, I'm, okay. On number one, I'm just trying to understand what we're dealing with. When I look at the bids, they range all from 93,000 to 2 million. What are, is it clear on what everybody's bidding, or?
Mr. Lockenbach?
So through the chair, this tender is related to the supply of asphalt at different locations across the city for operations to be able to get that material. It's based on unit cost of the different types of asphalt, and so that's why the pricing is different based on quantities and sort of what they bid on in terms of those unit components.
Well, is there only 2 jobs being done as far as asphalt? Because it talks about work north of King Street and south of King Street.
So through the chair, that's the different locations. So the tender was set up so that staff can access asphalt.
Okay, so it's
locations.
all the streets, not just
correct.
King Street. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's on the second one. I'm trying to understand how many meters are we dealing with. The tender apparently is going out for 15,000 meters. what is the normal number of meters that we deal with in a year?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, I don't have the number of meters on average. What I do know is that the number of meters fluctuate each year based on age and sample outcomes. What we do is we, through Measurements Canada, we can take a sample in terms of based on the cohort of age, submit that in terms of a seal test, and based on the meters passing or failing, are required to change out the representative sample. And so we do know that for this year's change out, we have a very large quantity, but I don't know what the average number we would normally change out on a given year.
The report states that the annual average is 420,000, and yet the award we're giving out is for, I'm not sure, for 372 or 315. Does that mean we're buying less meters than in the past? Well, I don't know. I can't correlate the two figures.
So through the chair again, I do not know the number of meters that the average over the past 3 years for 419 covered, but what I can say is that we are replacing substantially more this year than we have over the past 3 years.
So if we've averaged 419 in the past, the 372 is not sufficient for this year then. Is the math right? That's all.
So through the chair, based on the tender, so it depends on the type of meter and the meter component in terms of the unit price, but I understand that the total value anticipated for this year is $963,284.57.
Okay. Item number 3 is...
Okay, but I think, Councillor Singh, did you have a question about this same tender? Should he go first?
Yes, I do. I'm not sure which item because trying to follow through the council package online is just horrible. For the asphalt tender, this may sound like a silly question, but when we have an asphalt tender and we have surplus asphalt, what do we do with that, like on a road work?
Don't you say that every time, Ms. McGoldrick? Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, we purchase on an as-needed basis, and so we're securing asphalt right from the asphalt plant, which is why we're looking at 2 different locations within the city, and so it's basically an on-demand.
Okay, so there's never any surplus then?
Well, in terms of, so this would be to fill operational needs in terms of road condition. So for example, pothole or some minor resurfacing works. And so we are saying if we have access asphalt product or access costs?
No, product. Access asphalt product.
It's basically on demand, so
Okay,
we would
so
not be
no.
purchasing more than, and we wouldn't be stockpiling more than we would be using. We purchase as we use.
I only ask because Councillor Galloway, CELAC in the past has raised the increased interest for basketball courts, and obviously some of the new directions of money that we've recently approved doesn't fully cost out a court, and I thought if there's access asphalt, we could use that to limit the cost of building a new basketball courts. But anyways, never mind. Thank you.
Just before I go back to Councillor Gazzola, I understand Councillor Davey had a question. Councillor Davey?
Not in this, on item 4 for me.
Okay, so Councillor Gazzola. You had another
I'm
question?
on item 3, where there's, I don't quite understand it. is there money to come out of development charges for this project? Because the project cost $3.3 million, and then it's the city's share of subdivisions, $1.9 million. So we're short $1.4 million. Where does that money come from?
Mr. Lockenbach?
So through the chair, the additional funding to cover off the award for the tender will come from the development charge reserve, and there was capacity returned to the reserve because of a closeout related to another project where there was a favorable situation in terms of costs, and so the DC reserve is also funding this overage based on that closeout.
So the 1.4 is coming from development charges.
That's correct.
And the 1.9 is from the city's own capital monies.
The city share subdivisions would be development charge related.
The 1.9?
Yes.
It's all coming out of development charges? Okay, if that's the case, because the way it looks here, we've got a project that's got a deficit of 42%, but that's not really the case then.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so the original budget amount was a lot lower than what the tenders came in as. So we did have to fund the deficit through the development charge reserve. The reason why that came in significantly over budget is because there's an issue with the water table height that wasn't flagged during detailed design, and there's additional dewatering that has to happen on this project.
Okay, and that better explains it to me too, because I'm concerned if there's such a discrepancy, you know, what caused that? So there is a reason for it, and we have to live with it. Okay, that, I don't know, when I see something that's over by over 40%, I do get concerned. So, okay, thank you. I have a question in 4.
Okay, I think Councillor Dave, is it related to the same tender? Okay, sorry, Councillor Galvez-Sila.
Yeah, I just wanted to question the timing of it, and I know that's not necessarily tender related, but anything we can do to keep this project and the closure as short as possible would be the best for this area. They haven't had access to Ottawa Street now for almost 2 years, and so it connects to Ottawa Street, and so there's a lot of questions around why are we doing it now and not when we did it with Ottawa Street so that there was only one closure. So the amount of time that we can minimize having the road closed would be appreciated by the community.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Davey? Yeah, I think we can move on to 4. If nobody has any questions with 1, 2, or 3.
Sure. Yeah, so this is on the park, and I just wanted clarification from staff where it was in the process that council approved the doubling of this budget from $100,000 to $200,000.
Ms. McColder?
So through the chair, I don't believe council did a formal approval of the increase to the budget. I think there was general provision available in the parks rehabilitation account that was when it was recognized that there was additional funding required, which I believe was in 2018. The monies were set aside through the 19 budget process and the implementation, but this is coming to council because it wasn't specifically identified as a standalone project in the budget. It was a parks general provision item, which is why this tender is being awarded by council. And so there was a reprioritization through the budget process, recognizing the importance of the project and the importance of moving this project forward to completion.
Okay, to To be frank, I have a whole bunch of concerns with this now because unless I don't remember it explicitly in the budget, and if it was in there, I apologize. But this is something that should have been brought to council's attention to make a decision at that point. I'm obviously going to approve the tender now. I'm not going to get the expectations of the residents up and then not approve it. But I will continue this discussion with staff offline. But in reality, there's $100,000 here and $50,000 in the other park. My understanding that this council, in my opinion, should have approved explicitly. And if I'm incorrect in that, I welcome staff to comment. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Gazzola.
No, this is a follow-up on 4. This is one of the 2 pilot projects, and so I'm just trying to ascertain what is the actual cost now. Is it 150? Is it 180? It's not 200 because there's more there than is required. So, what was it originally in the capital forecast at 100?
Mr. Lockenbach?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back to the actual capital budget to see how it was identified. My understanding was it was a general provision account originally that the funding was coming from parks. In terms of the project itself, as Ms. McGoldrick indicated, as the project went along and as the engagement took place, there was some park elements that it was realized that the $100,000 related to what was specifically those additional components did not include some of those standard elements that you'd expect as part of a park as well. And so that is why you do see the increase in terms of what the total cost is. In terms of the tender, it's $180,000, so that would be the cost to actually do the construction. The clarification on the engagement information that we provided earlier was related to estimated staffing time, which was the request that came back related to the participatory budgeting process.
What I'm trying to ascertain, if I were to look at the capital forecast, would that line read, for that project, would it read 100,000?
So through the chair, we can follow up on that item specifically. I don't believe that we identified it outside of identifying within the report that it would come from the parks related general provision account.
Yeah, but it would show what the project was. The funding would come from general provision, but it would show what each project is. Does it not?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, the way the general provisions have worked is we haven't specifically broken out individual projects. I know we are looking to provide more detail through the 2020 budget. And in some circumstances where we've provided a listing in the past upon request, but we are looking to provide more breakdown in terms of the 2020 budget. But the Parks Rehabilitation General Provision is one line item in the capital budget.
Any other questions? Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, this one we're going to really focus on. But yeah, I noticed that there's a discrepancy in the recommendation on this report. It shows one amount for HST, but another amount in the breakdown. And I'm just curious. Also, I want to congratulate staff on finding a successful bidder that's $20,000 under the budget. But I want to know what is, like, I just want to ask staff to clarify what is the actual amount here in terms of the projected HST.
Mr. Lockenbach?
So through the chair, the difference in the HST between the recommendation and the financial implications is the rebate that we get back associated with the HST. So we get a small portion of the HST recovered through the process, so that the number that you see within the recommendation is the full amount of HST in total, where the other amount which is coming off is reflecting the rebate that we get back associated with that.
Okay. And then the projected additional costs has to do with HST, or what is that?
So we back
18,000.
out, we consider the additional cost of HST within that total on line item C within the financial breakdown, and then that's compared to the overall budget to give you what was left associated with the budget amount.
Okay, thank you.
So line item C reflects what our total cost is to the city, and B is the total budget, and it's the difference that would dictate whether there's a surplus or a deficit related to the tendering.
Different. Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions on the tenders? Oh, Mr. Chapman?
So Mr. Lundbach is entirely correct. Just to put a finer point on it, of the 13% HST that we pay, we get all of it back except for 1.76%, I believe. So what you see there is a credit back for all but the 1.76% that we receive as a rebate. The other additional costs are for costs outside the tender that the city will incur, and so often those can be things like site preparation or the supply of materials that are not included within the tender itself.
Any other questions? So do we pass these all as one thing? Okay, so all those in favor of the tenders? Opposed? That passes.
I'll move items 2, 3, 4, and 5.
2. Oh, any questions?
Miss Brent? Ms. Kugler's been here all night. I got to ask you a question. You waited. No, I'm just curious. Their revenue from the Victus Group is increasing from 67,000 last year to 82,000, which is a substantial increase. Well, is there anything different? Are they getting more ice time and somebody else getting less ice time, or?
So, through you, Chair. So, you're correct. What's happening is there's a 2% annual increase on their fees, and as they add ice, because there's capacity still for daytime ice, as they grow that, then their expenses go up. And so they are adding ice for next season.
Okay, that's all I wanted to check. I thought you might have got a 20% increase out of them. Thank you.
I just have a question, too, about the insurance requirements. Do you have any details on how that works?
Through you, Chair, can you, the insurance for Victus?
Yeah.
As far as they have to have their own insurance, so they go to an insurance company to offer their school program. So they do it like you would do your private quote for home insurance and car. They do that for their business as the academy. So they reach out to insurance company, provide us the certificate.
So that's independent of the...
So that's on top of what they pay us.
Thank you. So all those in favor? Opposed? Passes. So 5? Oh, number 6. Okay, so we have to do something here. I guess we have to appoint 3 councillors to be members of the licensing tribunal for a term ending November 30th, 2019. So do we take nominations? Yeah? Do we have those little papers?
Volunteers.
Oh, volunteers. Anybody like to volunteer? Sarah Marsh? Okay, Councillor Marsh, Councillor Galway Seelock. Going once, Councillor Michaud. Oh, well. Councillor Singh. So there are your 3 people. Number 7. Oh, all those in favor? Opposed? That moves. That passes. Okay, number 7. Can we take a bunch here? 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. All those in favor? Or any questions?
Do 7, 8, and 9?
7, 8, and 9.
No, I'd like to deal with number 8 separately.
Okay, so number 7, all those in favor? Opposed? Passes. Number 8? Councillor Gazzola?
No, I'm not supporting because when we dealt with this earlier, when this was being set up, I didn't support where the reserve fund was going. So it's really only to deal with the reserve fund. It's not dealing with the whole program. So I'm not supporting this. Okay.
Okay, any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes. Number 9, moved by Councillor Galloway-Sealock. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Oh, there are 2 additional motions, apparently.
Oh, yes, you're right. So I'll move the motion pertaining to the Walter Fady request.
Which reads?
The Walter Fady's request pursuant to Council Policy ADM-AGR-305 to obtain prior approval to bid on tenders while in litigation with the City of Kitchener is approved, although said approval may be withdrawn by Council at any time.
Questions? Or does somebody want to move the motion?
I moved it.
Questions? Comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That passes. And the second motion? I don't know. I was told there were 2.
It's me.
Okay. Ms. Tarley?
Second recommendation emanating from caucus today that council directs staff to implement the new wage structure for the casual and part-time pay group, otherwise known as the 9000 series, effective September 1st, 2019.
A mover? Councillor Johnston?
Councillor Davey wants to speak.
Monday? Oh.
Councillor Davey wants to speak.
Councillor Davey?
Yeah, thank you. When we pass something like this, are the changes made public in terms of the actual dollar values? They are not. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, wait. Oh, recorded votes. I didn't hear that. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Is that where I do this?
Yes, so that's where you say all in favor.
All in favor? Opposed? That passes.
Yep, and now you read this.
Now I read this?
Yes.
Okay, moved by myself that the proceedings and recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached here to and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
That's been seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Now, there are 2 bylaws that were missed earlier, so need a motion for first, second, and third reading of both the development charge bylaw and the municipal accommodation tax bylaw that we just dealt with as part of Committee of the Whole number 8. Who wants to move those? Moved by Councillor Davey. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Galloway-Sealock, seconded by Councillor Davey, that the bylaws listed on the agenda, that's all the rest of the bylaws, for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Schneider that we now adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Enjoy your summer recess, everybody.